right. Okay, there we go. Pre-draw steal. What's up, everybody? Sorry about that. I was trying to get my stuff figured out there, and then my dog came in, and she was attacking me. What is up, everybody? What is up? Glad to see you. Yeah, we're here a little early. I had my chili. Although before we go fully live, I am going to go downstairs and get one of my white monsters. I got a big boy for tonight. These draw steal streams can get a little cerebral. I will use that term. I did not get my hair cut today, and you could tell. So what is up? Hopefully everyone's doing well. So this is the pre-stream. I will make a link in the doobly-doo below so you can cut through this and go right to the draw steal. But this basically is what happens when I am prepared and actually get everything ready on time, and we can just hang out for a little bit before we get into a topic. Mark wanted to know what's wrong with me. Well, what's wrong with me, Mark, is we had a poll, the will of the patrons, and then as soon as I started that, someone put on draw steal, and then I suddenly remembered that the last time that we did a draw steal, we did the last time we did the classes, when we did the sensor and the conduit, we had a tip goal, which was to do some more draw steal classes, and so, I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah, I got to do that, and so we did have people voting for that that goal, or for that stream. It did not win, so the one that did win, we will eventually respect it, and we will eventually get that out there. But today we'll do some draw steal, and like I said, before the actual stream goes live, I gotta go get some monsters. But right now we can just hang out, AMA, and we can hang out. Anybody has any questions or wants to shoot the shit? Tomorrow, I am running my Fabulous Ultimate game, session 1. I have of course it's a low prep, no prep game, or at least that's what I've been led to believe. So I'm not really prepping too hard for it, but there is some foundry work that I need to do. So I'll probably do that maybe after the stream. And into tomorrow. But again, it's the first session. It's relatively a new system. We haven't played it. I played it with Bob and his friends maybe like a month or two ago. But the rest of the guys, I don't think have played it in over a year. And even then, we just did the press start. So I don't know how much they even remember it. Am I going to live stream it? Mark, no. No, not at all. That's my home game. That's just private. Sometimes we got to do things just for ourselves, right? We have to do things just so that we can enjoy them, right? Am I ready for the One Ring? So I actually need to, George, since we're singing out here, that's a great question. Night shit, talk about night chat. Okay. Bob, Danny Berg, what the fuck is his name? Nope. The fuck is Bob's brother's name? Bug. What a stupid name. All right. So I have to ask Tim and Bob and all them. Like, I don't even know if they're still available. We filled out that survey a month ago, and you know how things change with folks over time. And more importantly, I don't know that we have a set time anyways. But the answer is to your question, am I ready for the One Ring on Sunday? No. Am I ready to run the One Ring? Yes. Am I ready to teach the One Ring to Bob and Tim and Danny? Yes. Is the studio ready? Yeah. No. It'll never be ready enough. But the problem is that I just bought a bunch of new lights. And I'm going to want to put those lights, up. And so that means that now, I want to, incorporate those. And then there's some stuff that I've been waiting on, and I need to clean up a bit just because, it's been we were, Bob and I were working in here during the summer, and then we had these big plans of running Daggerheart, and then they kind of, died out real quickly, and it never looked like they were going anywhere. So right now the gaming table has, I don't know, miscellaneous games from packs that I never, opened, and it's got it's got some boxes on it and stuff. So there's a bunch of just, a bunch of crap. So I got to tidy clean up here somewhere. Which is one of the reasons why we're going to be only doing the One Ring stream for the patrons. For those of you who are not a member of the Nice Last Call Patreon, you may eventually get to see that One Ring. It might come out on a VOD, in a while. But the truth of the matter is, we are going to be operating with a new group of people, not just playing a new game, but we're also going to be operating with a new setup. And this is going to be the first time that my cast is going to be wearing headsets and all that jazz. So somebody said this to me the other day in Discord, and I basically said, this, it's that mentality is why we get, crappy late stage capitalism stuff. I'm sorry. It's just like, look, I understand that perfection cannot be achieved. For example, that's not it. There we go. Okay, this is a gray card, okay? And this is me balancing my gray card and trying to, ascertain whether or not I have perfect color, all right? Now, you can't see this because it's actually technically on a different thing, so I'm going to take a screenshot of it and paste it here. Window, reset. Okay, there we go. And there we go. Okay, so here you can see my LAB numbers. Okay, this is lightness, which you can ignore. It doesn't matter. Now this is a 50% gray. So 50% gray should be roughly right in the middle of 0 and 100. So it's 52. So it's pretty correct. A is my red-green shift. B is my blue-yellow shift. So I am a little warm. I mean, microscopically. I mean, 0 is literally completely perfect. Plus minus 1, more than acceptable. 2 for a home YouTube setup with, me getting 80, 60, 70 people watching, more than accurate enough. But I have new lights. So every time I have new lights, I have to recalibrate. I trust it. Now, do I expect this to be 50-0-0? No. I don't have 50s. I would never dream of getting 50-0-0 for my LAB. But or if you want to look at a different way, we can go to RGB color, and I gotta undo this here. There we go. Image adjustments. So I'll screen cap this. Now this is a scientifically controlled neutral gray. Okay. And so in theory, all of these values should be 122.5. Okay. And they're not, but that's okay. This is more than acceptable. On the other hand, if one of these numbers, these RGB values, was off, then that is something that I know I have the ability to fix. And so I would go out and I would do that. And I would make adjustments. And I would potentially change the color temperature of some of my lights. I would adjust my settings in camera. I would do things to try to improve that. So when people say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, that's fine if you are at the best that you can deliver. But I know that that's not the best I can deliver. So I try to bring my best. So my best isn't perfect, but it doesn't mean that I don't want to bring my best every single time within my budget, my capabilities, and therefore, and that thereof. Also, I'm not, I'm not curing cancer. So the idea that like there's a deadline and it's like, well, you know, if I was like, oh, there's all these people and they're all dying of cancer, and you're like, well, I have a cure, and it'll cure 70% of people from cancer, but we can do better. And you're like, dude, can we get the cancer cure now? Because it'd be really cool if, you know, people. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about RPGs. Okay, so yeah, you know, or we're talking about lighting. So yeah, things can wait. It's not the end of the world. Panic. I asked before the stream, do you have any recommended books for to read about lighting? No, actually. I didn't learn most of my book. I didn't really learn anything about lighting from books. I learned almost all of my stuff about lighting from workshops that I took, um, um, online courses, like things like the now defunct Creative Live, which sadly is going out of business here in 12 days. I learned a ton of photography and videography from Creative Live. Skillshare is okay. But like I said, I also took a bunch of workshops when I was in my photography days. There's good YouTube videos too, but yeah. There you go, Mr. Keiko. All right, sick, Victor. Well, we're going to be getting into the nitty gritty of draw steel, so there's that. Steam Driven is pumped for more draw steel. Fantastic, fantastic. So, yeah. Now, look, I'm not trying to say that I don't have some sort of, you know, if anything, I have sort of an executive dysfunction. Um, it's very easy for me to try to start to it's very hard. It's very hard for me to start projects because I know that they can really consume me, and you know I can get really obsessive about it. So sometimes it's very difficult for me to pull the trigger to actually start a project. But you know I tend to do a lot of planning. I find that planning makes things go a lot easier for me and avoids unexpected bumps along the road. So, and I hate like yeah, like I I just hate being unprepared and you know not having an answer. And it reminds me of like I mean some of this has to you know with our experiences, but I remember when I was an insurance analyst, when I was an analyst for an insurance company, one of the things that I did is twice a year we would give these really comprehensive. I mean these were like 2 all-day meetings, and we would give these really in-depth updates to the senior leadership team, from the CEO to all of her direct reports, talking about basically the status of claims, which is where I worked. I worked as an analyst for claims, and I had different areas that I was responsible for. And typically, we would put together these PowerPoint decks that were somewhere between, oh, I don't know, say like for each segment, because it's a long meeting. You know, maybe your segment is 30 to 50 slides, give or take. And, you know, that's what they would see. Well, we would prepare for this meeting for probably over a month. And what was in all of those decks were not 35 slides long. They were like 235 slides long, because we would have an appendix with a ton of backup slides with more detail or secondary or tertiary targets that we didn't consider to be part of the main question. But if somebody in the audience, whether it was the CEO or whether it was you know one of the regional directors or regional leaders, had a question, we had anticipated that question. And yes, we have data. Yes, we have slides. Yes, we have information. So if someone would ask that question, a lot of times, in fact, you know, we kind of it almost sometimes felt like a game of gotcha, like the folks from the field would come in and they wanted to seem really smart in front of their boss, the CEO. So they would like ask these really, you know, profound questions to be like to try to stump us. And then our job was to be like, that's a really, really great question. You know, fly to page, go to slide number 176. We already thought about that. We already looked at that, and no, it's not a problem. You know, and then here's the reason, the answer reply. So that is my process of preparing. Is you know, better to have it and not need it than to need it and to not have it. Speaking of Progressive Insurance, what is up, my good buddy Rich Camp? He says, speaking of insurance, it was Gain Share Day. Well, happy Gain Share Day, Richard, enjoy your nice sick fat bonus. I heard from friends of that it was a 2.0. That's what I heard. I mean, obviously the final will come out in February or whatever, but 1.99. Well, at that point, fuck them. Like, just make it 2.0. Like, how are you gonna make it 1.99? Like, just make it 2.0. For those of you who don't speak progressivese, we have each role has a bonus that is a percentage of your salary. Obviously, the more money you make, naturally, the bigger the bonus. But also, the more money you make, the bigger your percentage of your bonus is. So it's kind of a win-win, right? So, if you make 70,000, your bonus target might be 15%. But if you make 150,000, your bonus target might be 20%, and it goes up off of there. But then it is multiplied by this factor, which goes from 0 to 2. And that's basically depending on certain company metrics and how well the company did, basically how much money they make. And 1.99 means that they had a very good year. Probably because there really were no hurricanes. In fact, I don't think any major hurricane hit landfall in the U.S. this year. And hurricanes can be very nasty for insurance companies. Yeah, there you go. Let's take a look at that. Boom. I haven't been there in 8 years. And still got it. Sort of. But, I mean, there's other factors too. But not having hurricanes is always good. Because they protect, I mean, they expect there to be a certain number of hurricanes, which can obviously cause the loss of many, many, many tens of thousands of vehicles, hundreds of thousands of vehicles. When that doesn't happen, they had that baked into their projections. And so that's money that they thought they were going to all have to pay out. And when you don't have to pay out that money, ka-ching, right? All righty. Well, it's good to see you, buddy. Hey, Rich, we're playing our new game starting tomorrow, but Bob isn't going to be there. But so you don't have to stop in tomorrow. So we're just kind of kicking off. But we're playing online. We're going to be playing it remotely. So if you're interested, it's Fabula Ultima. It's like Final Fantasy themed, and it's kind of like a JRPG console game. But if you're interested, it's easy enough. I don't know what you got going on Friday nights these days, but since it is remote, it basically requires almost no effort from you. Let us know. We'd love to have you. Anyways, very quiet indeed. All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be right back, and then I'm going to get my white monster, and then we're going to go dive into Draw Steel. I'll be right back, guys. I thought it was supposed to it was gorgeous today. It was almost 60 here. It's been below 20 like the last week. And I guess it's supposed to get cold tonight. All right. I'm started streaming on Twitch. So we'll give everybody here a chance, because technically it does say 7 o'clock. So we'll let people come in here. Yeah, I saw that game store. I've been meaning to check it out. I know where it's right there on 91. Kind of over by the park, right? Ish. Yeah. It's been a nightmare, buddy. Everyone's adulting and everyone's kids are growing up, and somehow that means they're more busy now than ever. When they were babies, I thought it was bad, but now that the kids are all doing soccer and dance and whatever else, and all that other stuff. Don't remind me, buddy. That was my dream house. Right next to my favorite park, huge backyard, wonderful basement. It was a little overdone though. Inside it was a little cringe because it was way too fancy. I would have had to dumb it down for sure. Yeah, whenever I talk about 4th edition D&D, it always makes me be like, "Oh man, it'd be cool to play it again." But then I remember all right, you have a +2 bonus until the end of his next turn, but you had a +1 bonus until the end of my next turn. But you're suffering from a -2 penalty to attack rolls and slowed save ends. So remember all that. And I go, oh, maybe I don't. So, well, it hasn't hit us yet, not Loon. Let me take a look at the weather.com. Go to the hourly. So it is, it's 55, and then by 9 a.m. tomorrow, it's supposed to be down to 30. So there you go. So 25, 30 degree drop. So you're taking shelter in a coffee shop? In like from the weather? I do have a special weather statement here. What does it say? Flash freezing possible. Temperatures will rapidly fall. And expect as roads, bridges, parking lots, sidewalks, and untreated surfaces that are still wet from the rain and snow melt may freeze instantly into black ice. There's also a gale warning starting tonight and going until tomorrow night, and a small craft advisory. So there you go. Fun times. Fun times. Alrighty, folks. You're not vibing with the class names? Yeah, I mean, they're very Matt Colville-esque. I will freely admit that they are very Matt Colville-esque, for sure. Alrighty. Oh, you know what I just realized? I don't need to be on this headset. Hold on a sec.
Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and tonight we are continuing our exploration of Draw Steel. And we had a tip goal the last time we did Draw Steel. We talked about the conduit and the sensor. And tonight we are here to do the next ones. Now, a lot of people in chat were saying that they wanted to see me cover the talent and the null. But other people said they wanted to see the shadow and the tactician. And since it was kind of all over the place, I just decided to do the next two in alphabetical order. So we're going to cover the null, and we are going to cover the shadow. Now, we did touch on the null a little bit when we were doing our first, like, very, very, very initial look at the game, but we really only looked at, like, the signature abilities from level 1. So we didn't do the kind of deep dive that we've done in the other classes. Now, of course, I have not played this game since its release. However, so I don't, in terms of the practicality of this information, you have to take that with a grain of salt. However, I've played a lot of RPGs. I've played a lot of tactical RPGs, and I played a shitload of 4th edition. Which this game very clearly draws significant inspiration from. So I think we can evaluate how valuable and useful these abilities are. At the very least, we can see how cool and fun they are, which I think is a lot of cool. Hey, Pathfinder PhD, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. 8 months, 8-month streak. Really appreciate you on that one. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I have made the executive decision to skip the Twilight Sword, because well, I spent a lot of money on other things. I'm trying to keep it I'm trying to keep my spending habits somewhat reasonable, so I have made the decision not to do that. But there we go. All right, let's get right, Bob's buying it anyway, so it's a win-win. Although, sort of, because, one of the reasons Bob is buying it is because I'm about to cut him his check for the quarter from KOLC, and trust me, I'm going to be giving him a lot more money than Twilight Sword would have cost. So if I had the choice between giving money to Bob or buying Twilight Sword, I would rather just buy Twilight Sword. For sure. All right. Let's head over to here and let's get the PDF open. And there she is. All right. So today we covered the sensor, which was very, very sort of paladin coded. We kind of called it a paladin fighter, a paladin avenger from 4th edition terms. Very cool class. I really thought there was a lot to like here. Did a really great job at, well, basically doing all the stuff that you want a paladin type character to do. And, seemed like it was pretty effective at that. The conduit, very complex class. A lot of different powers because of all the different domain powers. Absolutely massive, massive amount of abilities with very different effects depending on whether you are fate or life or love or nature or whatever, what have you. Predominantly a mix of both melee and close-up capabilities. There can be no doubt that this class is undoubtedly one of the strongest healers we've ever seen in a game, outside, of course, any cleric in Pathfinder 2, because heal is that broken. However, we did find that the core ability of the conduit, Healing Grace, is an exceptionally powerful ability, even better than the one from 4th edition, for sure. So, very cool. Although I will note that in 4th edition, yeah, you got a recovery plus a little bit of a kicker. So, this one you don't. But, then again, in 4th edition, you only got 25%, and here you get 33%. So, very, very cool class, and I thought it was really neat. And the next class, alphabetically, is the Elementalist, which we already dealt with. We did that in our first one. Really liked this class. Thought it was really cool. Fury, what a fun barbarian. And again, there was even some misgivings I had about the Fury, but people in chat really corrected me and kind of brought me into line with it, and I really loved it. And I loved the, oh goodness, what is it called? The Stormrite, I thought was really, really well done and really, really cool. By the way, I don't know why my super chat is not reset, but that is actually not accurate. Let me try a dummy goal here.
It is actually at 0, but for some odd reason, it is not updating. So actually, that super chat is actually at 0. So we do have 2 goals. We just have a Merry Christmas. Again, I'm planning on basically streaming through most of the holidays. I, don't really have my friends all are busy with their family, and my family is mostly just going to get together Christmas morning. So none of that really interferes with or coincides with any sort of streaming time. And it's going to be cold and miserable. Everything's going to be closed. So what the hell am I going to do? Well, I'm going to hang out with you folks, maybe get a break from your families on the holidays, or maybe you yourself just would rather hang out and talk about TTRPGs at this time of the year. And I totally appreciate that. So I'll be here. So if you do wish to, throw some love and some support for me there, we do have a, look at that, I completely reset it. We do have a tip goal, which is Merry Christmas, you filthy animals, to support the Knights here at the end of the year. And lastly, of course, if you want to see more Draw Steel content, love to see those super chats. All right, so that's going to bring us to the Null. Now, when I first saw this art, I thought he was some sort of like elementalist because he looks like he has gray skin, but maybe he's not. So we've got our monk. This is the monk. The mind is not separate from the body. Perfection requires one to be perfect the other. You strive for perfect discipline, perfect order, mastery over mind and body, becoming an unarmed psionic warrior who dampens and absorbs magic and psionics. And again, if we needed any further proof that this game was very much 4th edition coded, one of the things which I loved in 4th edition is that the monk was introduced in 4th edition, not in Player's Handbook 1, not in Player Handbook 2, but in Player's Handbook 3, where the psionic or psychic power source was revealed. So the Null is kind of keeping, again, with that 4th edition lineage, which makes the monk more of a psychic character, which I think is really cool. So we've got a character with great agility, or starting good agility and intuition. Their potency is tied to intuition, but like we've seen with other classes, this one kind of uses 2 stats. Pretty good stamina, which is great. And again, we did cover some of this, but we didn't go into the details of it. So some of this may be discipline, or may be repeated from other stuff that we have done before. But you get to pick your subclass, your tradition. You can be a chronokinetic, you can be a cryokinetic, or a metakinetic. So a chronokinetic allows you to flow through time differently. Cryokinetic lets you manipulate cold. And metakinetic lets you see through the illusions of the universe. Your heroic resource is called Discipline, and this one is one of the non-random ones, so it's 2 at the start of every turn. Now remember, this is your heroic resource. This builds up, and you cash this in to do your big, cool, powerful moves. And not to get off on a complete tangent right away, but I will say I love this feature of this game. I played a lot of 4th edition, and 4th edition really encouraged alpha striking. And you wanted to use your most powerful, your best abilities as early in the combat as possible, because you got the most bang for your buck, and it was most likely to debilitate or even take out enemies, and in the best condition is dead, yada, yada. And that meant that as the combat wore on, what was left was your weaker or less cool abilities, even going down to your at-wills. And that meant that the tension of the combat was all wrong. It was all backwards. Now, there's a lot of random dice rolls involved in D&D. So sometimes, just through the random variations of the games, it's not like every combat was a slog or boring. But the structure that they had set up was problematic. This game, Draw Steel, solves 2 issues. It solves one issue, which is that at the beginning of a combat, typically, your heroic resource is going to be lower. So you kind of have to build into those really cool abilities. So there's this really cool tension buildup. But number 2, in 4th edition, as the going got tough, aka the day got longer, the fight started building up, your character, the tough did not get going. No, now your character was out of their daily powers. They were out of their coolest abilities. If you're playing a Pathfinder game, or you're playing a D&D game, your character has used up their highest level spell slots. And so now, as they reach the end of the session, the dramatic high point, paradoxically, they all their cool abilities have been used already. But in this game, as we accumulate victories at the start of a combat or start of a climatic encounter, those victories translate into heroic resources. And that means that as the combat and as the days go longer and you start accumulating victories and your recoveries are diminishing, you're running out of resources, when the fight starts, you start with more of this heroic resource. And so even though the tough things have gotten tough, you've gotten tougher. And I think that's a really cool pacing, like on a wider scale perspective. And then I also think it's really good pacing within the combat itself. Additionally, the first time each round that an enemy interacts with your the first time an enemy in your null field uses an action, a main action, you gain a discipline. And the first time each combat that the director uses malice, you gain 1 discipline. So the null is obviously designed to sort of shut down things. The name null suggests that. And so basically you're going to be trying to dampen the power of your foes and making it so that if they use their abilities when around you, that you're going to be rewarded with this additional discipline. So we can see that we get a bunch of signatures and abilities. We also get, of course, new features at every level. So nothing revolutionary here. So this is our main ability, Null Field. This is a psionic field of order that dampens the effects of harmful supernatural abilities. It's a maneuver. It's a aura of only 1 square, and it affects only your enemies. And this reduces their potencies by 1. So basically, it makes it so that all of their cool, special little abilities are just that much easier to overcome and ignore. Once during each of your turns, you can spend 1 of your discipline resources to boost your null field for 1 turn. You can either give it a gravitic disruption, and the first time that an enemy takes damage, you can slide them. Inertial anchor, any target who starts their turn in the area can't shift. Or synaptic break. Whenever you or an ally uses an ability against a target that has a potency effect, the potency increases by 1. And again, you're making these choices each turn. It's not like it's linked to your subclass. So basically, you can do some movement. You can basically move someone away. You can keep someone anchored, or you can buff your allies and make it so that they are tougher. And there you go. And it's an aura, so it surrounds you. You also get a shield, an inertial shield, an inertial dampening. This is just for yourself and only for yourself. Trigger, you take damage. Effect, you take half damage. Okay. Additionally, if you do spend 1 of your disciplines, the potency of an effect. So I like that this class has a lot of different little ways to cash in. We saw that with the conduit. I like that you have this fun choice of saving your heroic resource for a really cool big ability, or spending it in these little ding ding ding, right? Because right from the beginning, you're gonna have opportunities to spend these things. But you can also reduce the potency of the effect. So not only are you likely to take less damage, but you're also likely to potentially not have the negative effect hit you as well. Now, keep in mind, this is not a free triggered ability, so this will use up our triggered action for the round. But just a straight up, you took 20 damage. Well, I took 10. That's pretty good. And it's a fun choice to make. Like, when do you make this? Do you think you're going to get hit again this round? Because, I mean, just doing this ability costs nothing. So you should definitely use this ability every turn. But, like, you want to make sure you save it for a big hit. But then if you save it too long, maybe you never get to use it. So anyways. Depending on which of our 3 subclasses we chose, we will acquire Discipline Mastery. And so now we get a similar effect that we saw in the Fury, which is as we are building up our discipline, we're going to get additional benefits. And again, at first I didn't like this about the Fury, because I said, oh, this sucks because now I feel bad if I spend my discipline or my heroic resource on a really cool ability. But someone rephrased it and said, no, it just means that you get all these cool effects while you're waiting for your cool ability to build up. And that really reframed it to me, and I thought that was really neat. So if we are a chronokinetic master, whenever we use this inertial shield ability, and we should be using it every round, We can also use the disengage move action as a free triggered action. That's the one that lets you shift. Additionally, as your discipline grows, you will get additional benefits from this table. Benefits are cumulative. So chronokinetic mastery is all about movement and moving yourself and moving others. So you can see here that as we build up our discipline, we can eventually are getting better at grabbing and knocking down people. When we move people, we get surges. As we get higher level, we can get more surges. We can get double edge on grab and knockback. And finally, if we have max discipline at 10th level, so very end of the game, whenever we use a heroic, whenever we force move a target, we also move them an additional bonus equal to our intuition score, which I think would be 5 or 6 at that point. So we're moving them an additional 6 squares on top of however many squares we're already moving them, which is probably like 5 or 6 or 7. So we're hurling these people 13 squares across a battlefield potentially. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Oh, and also we're doing it with double edge, which means we're automatically increasing it. So yeah, I mean, come on. Let's put it this way. A 10th level Null is the type of person who, like, you know, grabs them by the arm and the leg and then spins them around. You know, it's like Mario 64 when you grab Bowser by the tail and you spin around and just throw him into the bomb. And except you're hurling him through brick walls. So, you know, that's this game in a nutshell. I like that all the mastery abilities tied to the inertial shield ability, because again, that's a good one. You're going to be using it every round. So cryokinetic is whenever you use your inertial shield ability, then you can use your grab maneuver, because this is again the one with the freezing. So the idea is that you're kind of like shutting them down, sticking them in place, because as they interact with your inertial shield, you're sort of draining them of their energy and freezing them out, basically. Here again, we can see still benefits to grabbing and knockback. But we can also see that we can change one of our abilities to cold the damage. And the first time we grab an enemy or enemy moves, we gain surges. So again, this one's sort of more of an area control type ability as well. And then lastly, metakinetic energy is whenever you use your inertial shield ability, we get to knock people back as a free triggered action. Right off the bat, we get bonus equal to our intuition score right at the beginning of the game, or right at the beginning. Again, the same kind of progression with edges on grabbing and knockback. So all nulls are going to be very good at movement, grabbing, knocking back, and pushing people around. Andrew Downing wants to ask, is everyone in this system all about throwing people? Andrew, my general sense is yes. Now, I did say, rather controversially, the whole throwing people through all the walls all the time, it's not my favorite thing. I'm not going to lie. It's not my favorite thing in the world. But a lot of people really enjoy it. I'm not going to yuck their yum. That makes, and I will say, one of my problems with 4th edition is that pushing and sliding and pulling wasn't always the most tactically useful thing. Because obviously there's a whole like, oh, I push him into a wood chipper or I push him into a pit. But because every creature had a move action, and because you couldn't use your move action for anything else, because this isn't like it wasn't like a 3-action economy. If I hit a monster and I pushed them 3 squares and did damage to them. So I did damage to them and I pushed them 3 squares. Great. Well, then the monster's turn comes and they have a move action, which they were not, when originally when they were in base-to-base combat with me, they just weren't going to use it. But now they use it and they come up and then they just hit me. So in a sense, I've kind of accomplished nothing. Now that's not the whole truth, because there's strategy, there's tactics there. For example, maybe I'm a rogue and I push a monster away from me and I push them so that they are now in a square next to, say, my fighter. Not only that, the monster is no longer next to me. So now my character can move without provoking an opportunity attack. Additionally, by being next to my fighter friend, if that monster now tries to move, the fighter, who gets a massive bonus to attack on attacks of opportunity, and if they hit you, force you to stop moving and would mark you, etc., etc. So, I'm not saying that 4th edition was not without its own tactical rewarding system for pushing people or sliding people, but it didn't have this sort of like fail state of, hey, I just throw them through a wall. Well, throw them through the wall seems to be what this game really is about, sort of. And I think cinematic could also be a euphemism for throw them through a wall. And so every character gets to have fun with this. I don't think every single character we saw, like, I don't recall a lot of pushing people with the conduit, but most people get to, get in on the fun of knocking people through walls. All right. We saw earlier that sometimes the null got free disengages, but now we can see this is that we get a bonus to speed and to the number of squares we can shift when we take the disengage action equal to the agility score. So by default, when you disengage, you shift 1 square. But right off the bat, with an agility of 2, which every null has, you are shifting 3 squares. So those earlier abilities we saw are even better. So there's something very fun about playing a class like this that can just be everywhere and put anyone anywhere, and kind of the rules don't apply to you. You can just move fast. You can just shift all over the battlefield. It can be very satisfying. All right, we can also pick an augmentation, and we can change this anytime we have our long rest, which is called the respite. We can either get bonus stamina, aka hit points, and a bonus to our stability, making it harder to push us. We can get our bonus to damage, or we can get a bonus to speed and bonus to shifting distance. I must admit the +1 bonus to damage might be appealing at lower levels, but honestly, I'd probably skip that most of the time. Chances are probably pretty good. I am either going to take the density augmentation, especially at levels 1, 4, and 7, when it's 6, 12, and 18, or +1 to speed and distance until my agility gets higher. Because once my agility is high enough, I'm going to be adding, 3 or 4 or 5 to my disengage checks anyways, so adding +1 doesn't matter. So I'm not saying that this is like a bad ability, but I don't know. It feels like it's kind of automatic. But again, I haven't played the game, so what do I know? Lastly, we have all those things that rely on knockback and grab. Well, guess what? They use might. Our character doesn't really have a good might score. So we have the classic swap the ability score so that your class can actually interact with the mechanic. And we can use intuition instead of might for a power roll, and for determining if you can target a creature larger than you. Additionally, when we ever use knockback, we don't just have to push them, we can slide them. So everything about this class is about repositioning yourself and repositioning others and controlling them down and shutting them down. All right, so here come our abilities. Now remember, of course, we get 2 of these signature abilities, what 4th edition would have called our at will. Thank you, Mythic Arthur. Great point about the way that heroic resources and victories build up. It's one of my favorite things about the design of Draw Steel. Yes, it is well designed to have a built-in escalation mechanic, and I think that is really, really cool. The new Kickstarter should be called Yeet the Sun. Yes, and that seems about appropriate. Or Yeet into the Sun. All right, so we have our first signature ability is Dance of Blows. You got to love a at-will ability that targets every enemy next to you, and it just does damage. And then you can slide one of those enemies up to your intuition score. But this is essentially a point-blank AoE fist attack. Again, I said this when we first reviewed it, it feels a lot like a speedster from, like the Flash or whatever from comic books. I will agree that when you start going down the ability substitution trail, it can start to sort of make you kind of wonder why we have ability scores in the first place. Jake, I don't think you're wrong. I actually kind of agree with you to a certain extent. It's a weird spot for sure. Yeah. Well, that's awesome, Out of Cream. Level 2 says, yeah, the attributes here feel like a holdover from D&D. And I don't exactly remember how they did it, but yeah, I mean, when I run 4th edition, I just give everyone a primary bonus and a secondary bonus. And yeah, that's kind of what it comes down to, really. I kind of don't disagree with that. So Faster Than the Eye is a little bit more damage, but it's only 2 creatures. And we can also deal damage with our equal to our agility score to 1 creature or object adjacent to us. So we could potentially hit 3 creatures, or we could hit 2 creatures and one of them a little bit more. Our agility starts off at 2 points of damage. So, for example, if we rolled a 16, we could do 5, 5, and 2, or we could do 5, 7, and that's pretty cool. It's a really interesting thing. it's tempting to take Dance of Blows, but the truth of the matter is it's going to be very difficult to imagine a scenario where you're literally going to be surrounded by like 3 or 4 or 5 enemies. And so probably 99% of the time, like Faster Than the Eye is just going to be more useful than Dance of Blows, probably. Inertial Step. So we get 5 plus our agility damage. So this is just one Kree target, big damage. And this is one of those cool abilities that lets you shift before or after you make the strike. So this is one of those, God, what's it called? Skirmish strike type things, right? Run by attack or whatever, where you can basically move, attack, and then move. So you get to kind of like jump in with the spring attack, jump out. And that's always very, very fun, especially in a game that has, attack of opportunity and all this other stuff. And if you've got like a really big, cool, tanky character that you're kind of dancing around, it can be very, very fun to flit about the battlefield, as it says. To say also nothing of the fact that your speed is going to be very high. And so not only does this let you move and attack, it also lets you move a little bit more so you can really get your speed going. Joint Lock is our first potency, and it's pretty simple. You attack, you do damage, and if their agility is under your potency, they become grabbed. And what's really cool about this, too, is this is using grab, but it doesn't target their might. So it's a really cool thing to be able to grab stronger characters, which is kind of cool. It doesn't matter how strong you are if they've got you in a, what is it called? I'm trying to think of some MMA term that I don't know because I don't know Brazilian jiu-jitsu at all. They have you in arm bar. So I'll just know that one. Kinetic Strike. So this does good damage, but it also taunts the enemy, meaning that they get double banes if they target anyone but you, which is basically murder. And it's EOT, end of next turn. So wait, weren't we saying like why don't they abbreviate this? And have they used this EOT abbreviation before? I love this. I mean, your character actually has pretty good maneuverability. Your character has pretty good stamina. I imagine your character probably has a pretty good defense. I love the idea of the Null being able to also throw in a little bit of an off tank, kind of a taunting element. These are really cool abilities. Magnetic Strike is our massive single target, and it also gets a little bit of a boost. It's melee 2 instead of melee 1. Vertical Pull, right? So this is where you bring somebody in and you can change their verticality. So you can zip them up to you or you can pull them down to you. Very cool. Off tank is a great party role, Jake. I am right there with you. I never want to be, even like in MMOs, I love the idea and the implication. I love everything about off tank. Off tank is one of my favorite roles pretty much in any situation. And I love the term, but I'm right there with you, Jake. Phase Inversion Strike. Not a solid of damage, but it's got a big push. But before the push is resolved, you teleport the target to a square adjacent to you and opposite the one they started in. So basically, you move up to an enemy, right? So imagine your whole party's behind you, and a wizard or something is kind of vulnerable with an enemy, group. You move up to the wizard, you hit him with a Phase Inversion Strike, you teleport them behind you, and then push them 4 squares back into your party. That's pretty cool. So now they could have just said, you just grab them and judo throw them behind you. But isn't it cooler if you step momentarily out of the phase of the universe and make them teleport behind you and then push them back into your enemy? But look, you see, you pull them through you. Thaddeus says no. Come on, man. It's so cool. All right. Pressure Point is a weakened save ends. So again, a nice little debuff here in the middle of it. So again, there's a lot of cool abilities here. We got AoE abilities, we've got movement abilities, and we've got some debuffing abilities. We saw the weaken, we saw the taunt, we saw the grab. So again, control, AoE, movement. I mean, we get a little bit of everything here. So this is really cool. Jackal says, the Null in my group has used Phase Inversion Strike to set up so many sexy combos. All right. Well, you know what? This is what we're here for. We're here to look. I've got a giant boy. Now again, folks, come on. Don't forget to super chat and tip your boy. But we're here for a long time and for a good time, and that means it's poll time. So, it's time to vote. Okay, what's cooler? Judo throw, teleporting phase inversion strike. All right. Get your votes in now. Vote 1 for judo throw. Vote 2 for teleporting phase inversion strike. Let's see them. Uh-oh, it's neck and neck. You know, you do get into a little bit of like if everything's special, nothing is. I get that. But it looks like teleporting phase inversion strike is pulling ahead and in. I myself am a little torn. And you know what I'm going to say? I'm actually going to vote. I'm allowed to vote. Why not? I'm allowed to vote. It's my stream. I can vote. You know what I'm voting? I'm voting phase inversion strike. And I'll tell you why. Because I've played enough boring ass fantasy games. And you know what? I want to do cool shit. That's all. So I'm going to go with the teleporting phase inversion strike. All right. Next, at level 1, we get one of our 3 dissonant abilities. Remember, that's how you know number 2 is wrong, because Derek likes it. So remember, we have to build up to one of these. By the way, I want to point out something. I don't know we really talked about this. I love that this game goes, hey, if you're in you don't care or you don't know or whatever, just take faster than the eye and inertial step. And you know what? Remember what I said? I said faster than the eye, probably in the end, is going to be a lot more useful and better than Dance of Blows. And I don't think anyone's ever going to be upset with this ability to be able to do damage to 2 or 3 targets and spread it out or whatever. And then inertial step is, again, that flitting ability to move, to do the spring attack. Very cool, very flavorful, a lot of fun. And those are great choices. So they're giving you good advice. Jackal. Thank you for the super chat. Jackal says, in a party of everyone doing cool shit, the Null is doing the coolest shit. I mean, there is kind of an, like a thing here. It's like, who's going to outcool each other in a game of a draw steal, right? Jake says, if phase inversion striking is wrong, I don't want to be right. Thank you, Jackal. Wilder reaches when? Jackal, Wilder reaches when? Oh, man, but I got to work on my Fabula Ultima game. Although, you know what I told myself? I said, look, it's the first session. I don't need to have I do want to set it up so that the modules are cool, that we have all these cool pixel art, that we have cool battlefields, that we have maybe even some animations in Foundry. I don't need all that for session 1. It just needs to work, All right. Chronal Spike, which is what they recommend on the quick build. Melee Psionic Strike Weapon. Melee 1. Big damage. You can shift up to half your speed before or after you make this strike. Additionally, whenever an effect lets you make a free strike or use a signature ability, you can use this ability instead, but you do have to pay its discipline cost. Very cool. So, high damage ability. However, it does have the additional benefit that if, say, someone provokes a free strike from us, or maybe a tactician or some other class gives us a free strike, instead of just using our, boring ass normal attack, we can use a chronal spike and deliver an absolutely massive blast of damage. And again, I'm not an expert at this game, but at level 1, your agility bonus is +2. If you had the damage stance, you get a +1 bonus to damage. You would be doing 16 points of damage with a 17 or higher. And that'd be a lot.
Jacob online tip $25. Merry Christmas.
Thank you,
Thanks
Jake. My
for a
whining
great year
worked.
of TTRPG content.
Thank you very much, Jake. I really, really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to be here with you, hanging out with you guys and supporting you. And I really appreciate that you guys appreciate me, and it's really awesome. And it's been really fun this year to get to hang out with you guys so much and talk about role-playing games and get inspired by you. And again, if I have only one regret, it's that I don't get a chance to, sit down and play role-playing games with more of you. So But I thank you very much, Jake, for that. Yes, exactly. The Elementalist starts with 18. That's exactly what I was thinking. This guy can almost one shot, one drop the thing. The Elementalist. What's up, Tundless? Tundless is upset because he wasn't here last night to yell at me for besmirching the fine and wonderful art of stealing from other game creators. Right? That's what you were going to say? By the way, if you haven't gotten Trespasser 2.1, it's out. Itch.io. Look for Trespasser. Look for Tundless. Check it out if you haven't checked it out. Pay that man some money. It's really cool. It's a cool game. If you like Draw Steal, there's a good chance that you probably will like Trespasser. I actually think that's true. I'm not like making that up. Or you might just read it and go, oh, I'm going to steal Sparks and Shadows and use them in my Draw Steal game, which would also be fine. Psychic Pulse is a 2 burst. So that's 2 squares out from you. Each enemy in the area takes psychic damage, automatic. So this is a great minion clearer, right? It's just no attack roll. Just everybody, well, I mean, obviously no attack roll, but you can't miss. But it's just, boop, it pops. It's a maneuver. So it doesn't even take up your main action. You just pop it. Hey, thank you, James.
James Torres tipped $25. Merry Christmas. Played more RPGs this year than all the years prior thanks to the Knights.
James,
hoping to get more in next year.
James, that is exactly what I want to hear. And in fact, James, one of the things what James was saying is that he's played more RPGs this year thanks tonight, James. You know, that for me is the number one metric. You know, it's one thing for people to watch these games and to learn about them, but I want people to be able to play them. I want them to find a game that speaks to them, and I want them to be able to play it. You know, whether you're playing it at your own table or maybe you're playing it with some Knights of Last Calls and you're joining the Discord, you know. So James, I'm excited for that because again, playing is where it's all at. Tundless says, laughing my ass off. I love you, Derek. Regarding last night, all I want to say is don't set out to make a great game. Make a bad game and then fix it. Love it.
Thaddeus tipped $25. Cheers for an amazing year of
Thank you,
TTRPG content. Merry Christmas.
I appreciate you, Thad. Thank you so much. You know, and again, you know, it wasn't. I hope this is true for Tundless as well as for Thad. You know, I hope that we find a game that you guys enjoy a little better than Torchbearer. And at some point, we get to play with each other a little bit longer. I did have fun with the times that we had together, but I would love to get the chance to play more games with you and or hang out at more cons with you guys in the future. That was a lot of fun. So hopefully one of these days I won't be working. So again, that's going to be a cool thing about Origins. I'm not going to be working a booth. So if you're a knight and you're thinking about maybe going to Origins, we are definitely going to try to set that up as much as we can. Yeah, the magic user is a little rough, and it is very rough in Torchbearer, but it's kind of rough in normal D&D too. So I think they maybe took it a little bit too spot on the head there. This quote reminds me of a fake quote from Star Trek First Contact, and Commander Riker is talking to Zephram Cochrane. And yes, so Commander Riker tells Zephram Cochrane, because Zephram Cochrane is the guy who invents warp drive, and he says, remember the quote, "Don't try to be a great man, just be a man, and let history make its own judgments." And then he says, "That's rhetorical nonsense. Who said that?" And then Riker smiles at him. He goes, "You did 10 years from now." And that's kind of what that quote reminds me of. Don't try to make a great game. Just make a game, and then let history judge it in the long run. All right. So Psychic Pulse is a maneuver. It does a little bit of damage, which could be great for minions. But then, until the start of your next turn, our null field increases by 1. At the end of each of our turns, each enemy in our null field At the end of your current turn, each enemy in the area of your null field takes psychic damage equal to your intuition score. So this is a really good way to do a bunch of damage to a bunch of creatures, especially minions, right away, because you can use this ability as a maneuver. You do a 2 burst around you. Your null field increases, so now you have a much bigger null. Then you move, then you might take a main action, and then at the end of the turn, everybody in your null field, which is, by the way, at this point, a burst 2, takes damage again equal to your intuition score. So you basically do 2 pops, right? You can basically do 1 pop at the beginning of your turn, 1 pop at the end of the turn. Alternatively, you could move to an area with a bunch of non-minion monsters, pop them for intuition damage, and then pop them again. Clopster Roll, thank you for the super chat. Says, I am considering flying for the first time for Origins. So you better get it set up. Oh, Clopster Roll, there's no, come hell or high water. The only thing that's stopping me are the folks at Gamma, the people who run Origins, because I've been emailing with them for months, and it takes them 2 weeks to respond to my emails. And it's kind of a black hole in that way. So, I basically, at this point, I have all the people set up, and I'm basically going to tell them, look, you tell me. The only question, Clopster, is, do we troll? Okay. Do we decide to troll Origins or not? Hold on a sec. I might have this. Origins game. PDF. Okay. Yeah. So here. Okay. So this was for last year. So not exactly, it's not accurate, but it gives us a rough estimate. This is the sponsorship and contributor guide. Okay. So one of the things that you can do here, now this is what I'm hoping to do. Okay. I want to get one of these pod rooms. This is what I want to get. So you can see the rate is anywhere from, now we would need more than 400 square feet. So I'm assuming that we are going to be paying closer to 3,000. Let's just call it. I mean, I'm just basically earmarking $3,000. We'll see what they say, but I'm hoping to get one of either the A pod, the B pod, or the D pod, or potentially at the Hyatt. And for those of you who don't know the way that Origins is laid out, the A pod rooms are basically the ones right when you come down the escalators. The B pod rooms are the ones kind of in the middle, by that the food court with the hydroponic plants. And then the D pod rooms are all the way at the end of the hall over where you pick up your badge for registration. So anyways, this is last year, but basically you can see that it's going to be about $3,000. So it's not nothing, obviously. I mean, it's pretty expensive, but we'll figure it out. Plus, if we go this route, I mean, we're going to get some, we're going to get some swag, we're going to get some t-shirts, we'll try to get some food and some catered and, whatever. However, there is also the opportunity to, get this banner space, or to get the promotion for this space outside of the booth hall, or maybe to put a cling up the side of the escalator, or to put your banner on the stairs going up to the second level, or any of these things that are green. And this is where I'm like, can we come up with something that is completely trolling and just troll the entire convention? How much is that going to cost me? What is this? How much is this? How much is this bench? Only 1,500? Come on. We can do that, right? That's not a big deal. Just imagine just a gigantic, what are we even doing here? Right here. And then underneath it says, Knights of Last Call. That'd be great because no one would understand it. Well, listen, I'm assuming they're going to have some restrictions and we can't just straight up put get fucked. But yes, that's also a possibility. Anyways, that's where we're at in terms of everything. All right. Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to do it. Again, the cost is not going to stop me. So we just got to get it done, and they need to respond. All right, Relentless Nemesis is decent damage, but whenever the target moves, you get to move with them. Okay, so this kind of sticks you to them for a little bit. I don't know that I like this one as much. Stunning Blow. Perfect. I mean, it's a monk. You get this right off the bat. You do damage, and then if they are intuition, which I imagine. So what I always thought was weird is that Stunning Blow was kind of weird because Stunning Blow was a fort save in like 3rd edition and stuff. And so it was really good against like casters because they had low fort save, but it was really bad against using its melee targets. And sure, it was good to stun everybody, but I always thought it was kind of weird that like you just couldn't really use it that much against strong opponents. But here it uses their intuition, which I imagine is something that most of the big dumb brute creatures probably have lower intuition. Anyways, it dazes and slows them. So this is great because we don't, people just completely getting shut down. It's a little weak sauce. What's cool is it's save ends. So it's not just for one turn, it's potentially for multiple turns. And this is going to rob them of their other auxiliary actions, and it's going to make their speed only 2. We also get a 5 discipline ability. Arcane Disruptor is a huge amount of damage that weakens the enemy. In addition, whenever they just randomly, these are the kind of like random add-on abilities that are like really difficult to manage and probably don't come up that often, but can come up somewhat often. And you have to remember them. Abilities like this, while cool, are one of those things that make me, when I look at this game, go, I need to run this thing on Codex, because it's like, while weakened this way, they take damage equal to your intuition score whenever they use a supernatural ability that costs malice. So it's like, okay, hey, I used malice, so they take 3 damage. Okay, cool, note. No, wait. Was that ability supernatural? No, it wasn't supernatural. Then never mind, they don't take the damage. Hey, they just used a supernatural ability. Cool, they take 3 damage. No, wait, did you spend malice to do that? No. Well, never mind. It has to be a supernatural ability, and they have to cast malice. Then GM goes, okay, I'm going to use some malice, and they are going to summon up an arcane torrent. They take 3 damage. Wait, do they? Don't they have to be weakened? Shit, you're right. I finally remembered it correctly, but then I forgot that they have to be weakened. Wait, aren't they weakened? No, they saved last round. Didn't you remember? No, I didn't remember. See, that's just that's just the mental math for just like one side effect of one ability from one player. And you might say, Derek, you're making a big deal about it. Again, I played a lot of 4th edition. Trust me. I know that this stuff adds up quick. Maybe you as a GM and or PC, maybe you're running with 64 gig of RAM or 128 gig of RAM. But these days, I feel like I'm running on like 8. Sometimes. All right. Impart Force. It's a maneuver, and it just sends them flying. Something tells me that a lot of people choose this ability because this is what they wanted it to do. Additionally, every time you push them, they take a point of damage too. So it looks like this doesn't do damage, but it's a maneuver that you push them. It says you gain an edge on this ability. What is that? Oh, okay. You just get +2. That's all it's saying. I don't like it when the effects that affect the power roll come after the power roll. I don't like that. Because it's like, I'm going to roll this. I'm going to go, okay, I got a 10. I'm going to push them 3. No, wait, I gained an edge on this ability. And it told me this in the second round. Like this, all of this should be here. Should be before this. It should be between this and this. Because this is my targeting restriction. Don't tell me my targeting restriction after the die roll. Level 2, you get a +2 bonus to the power roll, not to the distance that you push them. Anyways, this is really neat. Phase Strike. We're slipping out of phase with the Manifold, bruh. Basically, it is a kind of a maze ability. We hit them for a little bit of damage, and then they... oh, no, it's not a maze ability. I guess never mind. It's a debuff. They're slowed. They can be pushed around easily, and they can't get tier 3 on an outcome. It's pretty nice. Again, targeting intuition. Great way to shut down a big, heavy brute character, you know? A squad unto myself. Remember how we like the at will? Well, this is a 2 burst. That is a 5x5 square area with us at the center. It targets every enemy in the area, and we do a bunch of damage to them. And then we can also shift a bunch of squares before or after the ability. The before part is particularly valuable because it means we can literally shift into the middle of a pack of enemies and then bust out a squad unto myself. And this is very speedster coded for sure. All right. So level 1 is really sweet. And there's a lot of different ways that you can build your null, but you can make it more controlling. You can make it more AoE. You can make it more debuffing. A lot of cool ways. And that's really, really fun. But regardless of what you're doing, you're probably going to be knocking people around and moving around the entire battlefield. All right. At level 2, we get cold resistance equal to twice your intuition score, and we can ignore cold stuff. Again, one of those weird situations where this is an alphabetical order. So this is an alphabetical order, but this being an alphabetical order isn't in the same alphabetical order that this is, and it's just very confusing. So anyways, because for the first one is rapid processing because it's cryokinetic, which is first, but then rapid processing is last. But basically you can read an entire book. Yeah, there was a lot of inspiration in this class from speedsters, especially from like, I don't know if just from comic books, but certainly from like Mutants and Masterminds for sure. Cold immunity, and you add your intuition score to your size for interacting with creatures and objects, and if you can lift an object. Additionally, we have sort of a built-in feather fall because of our inertial dampeners, basically, is what we have here. We also get our choice, depending on our 3 subclasses. So we have 6 abilities. We get to pick one of them, depending on which class we are. If we're a chronokineticist, we can take Blur. It's a maneuver on the self. Effect, you can use a signature or heroic ability. You gain an edge on the power roll. So this lets us, for 5 discipline, use one of our signature or heroic abilities, and we even get a bonus to it. Now, I'm assuming I would still have to pay for the heroic abilities cost. But basically, we could take 2 main actions if we had the heroic ability, or the discipline to do it. But it is 5 discipline. But it's basically 5 discipline to get an old school 3.0 haste for 1 round. But with a little bit of a bonus thrown on top of that. It's hard to say no to that. I mean, who doesn't want to go twice, right? That's pretty sweet. We also have Force Redirected, which is, compared to the other one, this is boring as shit. Damage and we slide them. And who cares? Cryokinetic got Entropic Field, which is an AoE. No. Oh, no. It's a 3 cube within 1. So it's kind of an AoE, but it's very short range. And it does cold damage, and it weakens or slows them. Heat Sink is a maneuver, and our null field increases by 1. That's cool. And you and any ally within the null field get from concealment. And every enemy takes damage equal to your intuition score. None of these seem as cool as Blur. Metakinetic. Gravitic Strike. Here's this big damage AoE, or a big damage long range. This is basically just an upgraded version to what we saw before, right? Where you had that melee 2 with the vertical pull. Now it's melee 3 with even more vertical pull and a little bit more damage. So level 2 says, boring abilities like that damage plus slide one are usually my favorite. Immediately apparent why it's useful, and it's very unfiddly. You aren't wrong that it is not unfiddly. You know, you get the melee 3, which is, you know, something here. I guess the idea here is that, like, right, like you're punching them from behind them, you know, like you're redirecting the strike of your force so that it hits them. And so you're actually pushing them, but it looks like a slide because you're hitting them, you're controlling where your force of your blows are landing them from. I mean, there's a fun fictional element to this for sure. Then we get Oh, and this is the other one. Kinetic Shield is a maneuver, and we either gain 10, 15, or 20 stamina. See, I like that better than this. But I guess it depends on what your build is. But also remember, I was kind of like, the vertical pulls and pushes were not cool to me as it is to other people. But at least this one uses gravity. I guess it's fine. But like, this just leads to what I call uncinematic moments. Because the game's supposed to be about cinematic. And inevitably, when you get an ability like this, you're going to have players, PCs, well, players, trying to like cheese this, right? They're going to be trying to be like, oh, I'm going to create a pillar and I'm going to go stand on the pillar. And then I'm going to vertically pull them up to the pillar, but then they're going to fall. And that's fine. But I don't really view that as being very cinematic in my mind, right? When people try to, cheese their ability to maximize DPS. And, you could argue that's its intended purpose, which is fine, but I don't think that's particularly cinematic, at least to me. Sonic Leap at level 3, we can jump really far. At the start, and we also get reorder. At the start of our turns, we can use a free triggered action to end one effect on you automatically. Alternatively, you can grant this benefit to anyone in your null field. Okay, cool. So we can shake off abilities, but we can also help out our allies with that as too. That's kind of cool. Kind of giving a little bit of Monk vibe of like having good saves because we're able to shake off these abilities. But I like that we can share it with somebody else as well. So level 2 Janner says, things that super annoys me in tactics game is players trying to interpret any force movement as able to throw enemies into the air so they take fall damage. The problem is this game, quite frankly, codifies that as a vertical push. Or in this case, a vertical pull. And yes, so I'm right there with you. Plus, I just don't find it very thematic. I mean, like, I don't, to me, it's very gamey, which makes it not very cinematic. Does that make sense? It's very gamey, so it's not very cinematic. Some of the art choices in this game, not always great. I'm not going to lie. Now, maybe I'm spoiled, right? Because I go to these cons and I sit there and I hang out with the Roll for Combat people and, I see all their incredible art. I just don't think this is a particular, like, no offense to the artist or to the thing, but like if I, Derek, made a book and I went on to say Fiverr to find my artists, and I found somebody, probably living, in Southeast Asia or Eastern Europe or something like that, who I could afford to pay for, a livable wage and not feel horrible about it and pay for them there for the art. And I don't really know what their credentials are. And maybe they're not even a professional because they're on Fiverr. This is the art that I would expect to get. So again, I'm not saying that I wouldn't be ashamed to put this into my book because I'm Derek and I'm publishing something and I didn't have a lot of money for art. I mean, I paid, I paid $100 US for this piece of art or whatever, $50 US for this piece of art because I ordered, 10 pieces. So I got a deal. But, what do you want for $50, right? That kind of mind. But, $4 million. Just, all right, anyways. Sorry. I don't want to be negative. Derek's so negative. Sorry. I just don't like it. All right. At level 7, level 4, we get our first 7 power. We get to choose 1. Absorption Field. Now, this is what I'm talking about. It costs a lot of discipline. And it is only a maneuver, but until the end of the encounter, our null field increases in size, which is really cool because a lot of things trigger off our null field. While the ability is engaged or enlarged this way, every enemy also takes a bane on ability rolls, not power rolls. That's important to note. It's on ability rolls, so it's not quite as powerful as it sounds like it is. And then we get to Molecular Rearrangement Field. There's something about the language and tone of this game with like the manifolds and like molecular rearrangement field. Maybe other people are more versed in this, but like, oh, ability rolls are power rolls. Never mind. That is pretty powerful. I take it back what I said. Wait, are power rolls ability rolls or are ability rolls power rolls? Oh, sorry. Tests, on the other hand. Well, I mean, I can't expect to know all the language because I'm not playing the game actively. But there's just something for me that just feels a little, yes, science fantasy. Thank you, Benjamin. That's kind of the term I was going for. And maybe that's just the style that, Colville goes for, but it is very pronounced in this class particularly. But I've noticed it in other classes, but it's very pronounced in this class. Your null field increases, and while the area is enlarged in this way, okay, so these all increase our null field. Cool, I like that. Okay, so for 7, we increase it regardless of which one we pick. When each enemy who has a low or lower than our average potency and intuition enters the area for the first time or starts their turn there, becomes bleeding. Each ally who enters the area for the first time gains temporary stamina each round. So, and it says your enemy's wounds open, your allies' wounds close. So there you go. And lastly, stabilizing field is you ignore difficult terrain and reduce the potency of enemy effects targeting you by 1. You also get an additional free triggered action at the start of each turn to end one effect on an ally, to end one effect on you that is ended by a saving throw. Each ally gains these benefits too, and I think that stacks with the other ones. Yeah, very Crash alien spaceship in a fantasy setting. So, yeah. Well, to be clear, original D&D fantasy, it was sort of like that. Like, there was definitely a Crash spaceship in Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, but it's not like, that was like common, or routine, So, like, yes, weird sci-fi elements were definitely part of the Dying Earth genre, which is what D&D was very coded to, but it wasn't quite so blatant and in your face. Like the thief, right, or the fighter didn't have an ability called like monomolecular blade. You might go in some weird adventure and go into the depths of some weird dungeon and discover some strange alien spaceship and discover a monomolecular blade. But it's not like there was like a core class feature called monomolecular blade. I'm not complaining about it. I'm simply saying, I guess I am complaining about it, but I'm simply saying this isn't my favorite version of fantasy. That's all. But yeah, I could see that ranging from high fantasy to science fantasy. But yeah, for sure. And lastly, a synapse field increases our area, and whenever an enemy in the area takes roll damage, they take extra psychic damage equal to twice your intuition score. So that's an extra 4 points of damage from anyone doing damage to them at all, which is pretty powerful. So we've got, damage boosting. We've got DOTs and healing. Well, temporary healing. And then we also have every enemy gets Banes. That's pretty tough. -2. I like extra damage myself, but who knows? All right, at 4th level, we get our ability score improvements. We also get, if we now hold up to 8 discipline, we get that better result in that static table. Our null field enhances. During combat, any temporary supernatural terrain effects of your level or lower are removed when your aura partially or fully overlaps with their location. All right. How many conditional statements can you put on an ability? While using your null field ability, during combat, any temporary, supernatural terrain effects of your level or lower are removed if your aura partially or fully overlaps with their location. That is 7 conditional statements for this to apply. That's a lot. This is one of those abilities where I go, GM, I'm just not taking this one. But you get it for free. I know, but and I know No one is ever going to remember this ever. And unless Codex specifically can handle this exact ability, I'm not even writing it down. I'm just not writing it down. Yeah. So, okay, I got it. I figured it out. They made their game so complex that you are forced to use Codex. And then they're going to drop it with some sort of, monthly fee or something. Perk. We get a perk. Regenerative field. The first time each combat round that an enemy in the area of your null field uses an action, you get 2. Okay, so now we get 2 discipline when enemies use their actions instead of 1. Again, this really gives us an incentive to get up close and personal with enemies. So this is not a stay back and fight. We really want to make sure we're engaged with enemies, shutting them down with our null field. That way, when they're using their main actions, we're gaining additional disciplines. Right. We could have kept going, on an even round, as long as it is not within 7 days of the winter solstice. I can ignore supernatural terrain. Check back when that comes up. So it's a bit much. And so here's the thing. Normally, as a GM, oh, nice, Sam. Thank you. Sam says Codex is also confirmed to be a one-off, meaning it's not going to be a monthly subscription like Roll20. It's going to be presumably like Foundry, ? Right? Where you just buy once, cry once. All right, 5th level. We get a new tradition feature shown depending on our subclass. As a chronokineticist, we get instant action. If you are not surprised at the start of your first turn in combat, you gain an edge. That's +2 to our action ability rolls. And remember, if we already have an edge, double edge means that we increase our potency by 1. Or we increase our tier result by 1. And we get 2 surges. If you are surprised, you can spend 3 discipline to just not be surprised and still get the benefits of this feature. That's pretty cool. I like that my expectation was that it was going to help you prevent being surprised. But what I like is that not only does it help prevent you from being surprised, but then it still gives you the benefit of the cool thing. So it's like, basically, this will come up every single combat, whether you're surprised or not. And that's really cool. I don't like when you get abilities that are like super, super conditional. Not nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Cryokineticist gets chilling readiness. At the start of any combat, you gain surges equal to your victories. That's cool. So it's like, as your victories build up, not only do you start with bonus heroic resource, but now your character's going to start with a boatload of surges. Fuck that. We're never resting ever. Let's go. Torin, thank you. Torin came in with a super chat. It says, deep dive GM mechanics and malice with monsters, please. Well, I'll tell you what, Torin. Obviously, if we finish up this super chat goal, we will cover the rest of the classes. And then we could probably have a goal in that one to cover some of the GM stuff, malice stuff, and monsters as well. So I'll put that towards this goal, but keep that in mind that we can keep that going. So that'd be fun. I'm curious to compare malice to fear. I mean, obviously, there's a very big difference spiritually and philosophically between Daggerheart and Drawsteel, but I'm curious to see how it works. I actually don't know. I don't even remember if it was a thing during the beta when I played it, or if it was, I might have just completely ignored it. Inertial Fulcrum. Whenever you use an ability to reduce damage dealt to you or to reduce the distance of foes moving upon you. Now, you might say, that seems really conditional. But remember, we have our inertial shield. We literally get to do this for free every single round. So this is going to come up a lot. You can deal damage to one enemy within your null field ability equal to your intuition score. So basically, whenever we prevent damage with our inertial shield, we can also deal back damage equal to our intuition score, which at this point is 3 damage. I absolutely love chilling readiness. I didn't really love the cryokineticist in general, but this one is cool enough that I think I would take it. Like this would kind of make me want to be a cryokineticist, just because I think although I'd really like the chronokineticist, I'm out on the metakineticist so far. I haven't seen anything yet that's really grabbed me for metakinetic. That's fun to say, metakinetic. All right, it gets a little bit of a plus because saying metakinetic is pretty fun. We also get our first big 9 discipline. I think 11 discipline is the most powerful. Or is there 13? I don't remember. 9. We get one of these. Anticipating strike, 9 discipline. This is a free triggered action. It triggers when the target moves or uses a main action, which is basically anything. Everything but a maneuver. So the enemy goes to do it. Now, okay, never mind. I was going to say, does anyone know when this resolves? And it says, this strike resolves before the movement or the main action, which is fantastic. Yeah, target exists. Are they trying to do something? Nope. I'm just maneuvering. Hey, the big winner himself, Anthony Fontana, who just won a $25 drive-through RPG gift certificate for filling out one of our Dragon Tide surveys. Anthony was one of our cool townies, was able to provide a lot of feedback because of his experience trying to craft and do some of that stuff. And definitely something that we're going to be working on, Anthony. You weren't the only one who had some thoughts and comments about that system. Definitely, I think it's going to be something that's going to be in the game, but we do need to work on it. Probably needs to be simplified and all that other stuff. Don't worry, Anthony. We've got Wilder Feast coming up. Maybe you don't want to craft. Maybe you want to cook. All of Ohio here is supernatural terrain, so that's true. I mean, Lake Effect does feel like supernatural terrain sometimes. I mean, like, I don't know what snow's like where you live, but in Ohio, in Northeast Ohio, which gets Lake Effect snow, it's like, it'll literally be like a nice day. You only need a light jacket. All the snow's melted. You go inside, you start cooking dinner, you're on the computer for a while, and then you'll look out the window and there's like a foot of snow. It's crazy. Reach Feast. Well, I've talked about this before, but one of the things that I absolutely want to, I won't go into the tangent. All right. Anyways, anticipating strike. So this is very cool. This is a free action. Basically, anytime the opponent does anything. Now, it is 9 discipline, but we hit them for a bunch of damage, and then we restrain them, save ends. Restrained is immobilized. They don't get to move. Please let me know. I don't remember that condition exactly, but obviously this is very strong if they're trying to move, because now they can't move. So not as useful if they're trying to use a main action, because it's not going to really prevent them from doing the main action. Obviously that is still a good amount of damage, and it's not like restraining them is a bad thing, but if they weren't planning on moving, restraining them isn't as much of a, fuck you as it would be if they were trying to move, right? The enemy's like, I'm going to go leave you and I'm going to go destroy your elementalist. And you're like, no, I anticipated this strike, and boom. It does give them a bane, though. Okay, that's good to know, Sam. It does give them a bane. Okay. Steam says that amount of snow sounds terrible and terrifying. I was on 480, sure, in Northeast Ohio. Yep, headed to Strongsville, sure. I drove through a blizzard, but not a snowflake at my destination. That sounds about right. Torrin says, I grew up near Grove City, PA, near the Pittsburgh area. ASAP, I left and went to Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, though. Like, Northeast Ohio, Buffalo, I mean, you haven't experienced snow in the snow belt is crazy. Yeah. Oh, I love that. That ability makes me want to be a cryokineticist. So James providing even more detail. Catching up. Not only is Codex one-off, it will be included with the core rule PDF. So everyone who has already bought the rules will get Codex. Not 100% confirmed, but that's the plan. All right, good to know. All right, Iron Grip. This is a main action, right? We have to be aware of main action economy here, but we are doing a good chunk of damage, and we are grabbing them. And when grabbed this way, they take a bane on the escape grab maneuver, and every time they try to escape, they take damage equal to twice your ability score. So let's just say we get an average result. Our agility's 3. We're doing 17 damage, and they're grabbed, assuming, But also note, this is targeting their agility. Again, a great example of how this character is potentially able to lock down big, heavy brutes by targeting stats that are weak. We've seen things that target intuition. We've seen things that target agility. And I think that's one of the cool things that you need to think about when you're, and I hate to say it, build, because you are, when you're building your team, when you're building your character, is make sure that you target different ability scores with your potencies. Because that way, if you have an opponent who has a really high agility, what are the odds they also have a really high intuition? So if all of your abilities are keyed to, agility, you're kind of shit out of luck. But if you have a mixture of control abilities, let's say that some that target intuition, some that target agility, chances are pretty good you're probably going to be able to find something that can crack that nut. Alternatively, skip potencies and just never have your effects not hit ever. So there's that option too. Like phase leap. You're like, oh, I don't want to take this. It uses potency system. I don't want to take this. It uses potency system. Cool. I'm going to phase leap. As far as I can tell, this is Dimension Door. Oh, nope, it's even cooler than that. You leap beyond reality and leave an after image of yourself. It's a move action. Does cost 9 discipline. You jump up to your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Until the end of your next turn, until EONT, a static after image of you remains in the space that you left. And any enemy adjacent to that after image takes Bane on ability rolls. And you can continue to use abilities from your own space or from the space of your after image as if you were still there. And if your null field ability is active, and it would be, your after image also projects the null field from that ability. And you can control that null field as if you were in that after image's space. That is very cool. Sci-fi, weird, creepy, cool, but very cool. Now, I'm curious. I don't remember what game this was. This is a little bit of a tangent. Yes, you exist. Now the version of you, the leaving the after image of you is can't move. It's static, but you basically are in 2 places at once, but the other version can't move. Yes. Holy crap. It is totally Picard maneuver adjacent. All right. For those of you who don't know what the Picard maneuver is. Okay. Imagine, that your ship is here and you're scanning my starship. That's a terrible view because you can't really see it in the thing. Okay, here we go. So you're right here, and this is my starship, and you see me here. But your sensors, right, work at the speed of light. So from my game controller, which is the enemy ship, right, it takes light, maybe like 10, 15 seconds to get to you because we're pretty far apart in space, right? Maybe it takes 5 seconds. So then my ship has warp drive. So then I jump to warp to right here, So because my warp drive moves faster than the speed of light. But guess what? Because of the speed of light, you're still getting light from where I was. So you still think I'm there. And then by the time the light from my new position reaches you, it looks like I'm in 2 places at once because I have broken Einsteinian physics because I've moved faster than the speed of light because it is sci-fi. But you're not sure which one to shoot at because you're still targeting the ship of the position, and I'm not even there anymore. It's pretty cool. That's the Picard maneuver. He used it against a Ferengi. Damon Bach, I believe, was his name. Or no. Damon Bach may have been his son because he killed that Ferengi. And nobody ever thought of that before Picard. Kind of like how nobody ever thought of jumping to light speed to completely annihilate an entire Imperial fleet, including a capital ship before Holdo. I'm one of those, I hate the Holdo maneuver thing, by the way, just to let you know. Okay. Oh, we have another one. Synaptic reset. Maneuver, 3 burst. Okay. Think about how big a 3 burst is. That's 3 squares out from you in either side. That's a 7x7 grid with you in the middle of it. Every ally, including yourself, can end any conditions or effects on themselves and gain 5 temporary stamina for each condition or effect removed. So the more fucked up you are, the better off you're going to be. That's a really cool. That's like, I mean, not only does it end literally every effect on you, but then also you get, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 temporary stamina. That's pretty sweet. There can be no doubt that pew sound was really cool. The only thing, Star Wars related, of course, that was better than that was, of course, the seismic charges from Attack of the Clones. And, in my personal opinion, the only thing that beats seismic charges from Attack of the Clones is the Death Star charging up. That sound to me is super iconic. Anyways, this seems really awesome. I mean, if you want to go with the healing route, I mean, the thing is like you have to weigh like marginal utility. Like we have so many abilities that can like do damage and grab somebody, do damage and push somebody. Like here's damage and grab them, damage and restrain them. But then this one is literally full party cleanse plus everyone gains massive bubble shields. That is on a different, this completely gives us an entirely different set of abilities. So Jackal, well said. Jackal says null choices are very party dependent, and I will agree with that. But I just find it really crazy to think that I'm going to spend 9 discipline just so I can do a little bit more damage and also grab somebody. Now, me spending 9 discipline to basically synaptically reset my party, yeah, I'm in. I believe it is a target by target thing, Ernest. So yes, if you, Ernest, you know what? I don't know. So Ernest asked, if synaptic reset removes 2 conditions from me and 3 from my ally, that's 5 conditions removed. Do we each get 25 temp? So let's read it. It says, each target can end any conditions or effect on themselves, comma, and gains 5 temporary stamina for each condition or effect removed. Now, I'm sure they intend it to be that you get 10 and 15, right, for 2 and 3. But the way this is written, it's not 100% clear. So, I think this probably could use a little bit of editor's love there for sure. 6th level. Whenever we use our inertial shield trigger reduction, which remember we get for free every single round, you gain resistance to acid, cold, corruption, fire, lightning, poison, and sonic equal to your intuition score against that triggering damage. Now remember, that's reducing it by half. So the inertial shield reduces it by half, and then we're also going to be taking off 3 or 4 points of damage. So it's like, hey, you take 20 points of fire damage. Okay, cool. I take 10, and then I take off 3 or 4. And so now 20 became 6 or something. That's pretty good. Elemental buffer. Whenever you reduce acid, cold, corruption, fire, lightning, poison, or sonic damage with your damage immunity, which we just did, you gain 2 surges that can be used only to increase the damage of your next strike. So basically, we absorb the damage, hold it, and then shoot it out as extra damage. Remind me, what's the exchange rate on 2 surges for damage? Is it +3 damage or 5? Torin, this sounds like a full tank to me. Well, I think you could build it either way, Torin. I mean, we certainly kind of feel like we're all over the place. Plus your highest stat. Thank you. Seldon says, the more I hear about this design, I'm confused how players aren't constantly trivializing the combats that they're in. Seldon, that's a great question. One of the great ironies of TTRPGs, and I consider, this is a very tactical gamist RPG. There's nothing wrong with that. But one of the great mysteries about tactical RPGs is that, from 4th edition D&D to 5th edition D&D to Pathfinder 2, we have an entire Discord that plays Pathfinder 2nd edition. And these people will play these games and they really act and believe and think that they are just about to die. And yet if you zoom out and you're like, Hey, we ran 100 sessions of this game, and each of those sessions on average had 2.5 combats. It's 250 combats. And each of those sessions on average had 4 people. So that's 1,000 PC combat equivalents. How many people died? And the answer is like 6. And you're like, okay, so that's 0.6%. So 99.5% of the time, you win and don't die. And yet people really think that, they're like, oh, it was so tough. I don't know. It is a remarkable ability of TTRPGs. All right. At 6th level, we also get a new tradition ability depending on our subclass. Our chronokinetic ability, which remember, I like chronokinetic, although I came around to Cairo because of that surge ability. Interphase costs 9 discipline, and you can use 3 signature abilities, each of which gains an edge. That's cool. Chrono's got me back. Oh, I love the blur ability of Chrono. I love the chronal spike, but now I love this. Look, these combats aren't long, right? We all know that. So I want to be able to do as much as I possibly can. This lets me, now granted, they're all at-will abilities, but I still get to make 3 of them, and they all gain an edge, so they're all going to be way more effective. That's hard to pass up. Phase Step lets us shift our speed, provoking no attacks of opportunity, and squares occupied by enemies or objects don't count as difficult terrain, so we can just shift at our full speed because we are weakening our connection to this manifold. Then we make a power roll and targets every enemy that we move through. I love move and target people that you move through. I love those type of abilities. It does some damage and dazes the enemy. I mean, it's not that cool, but we are moving, we are shifting, but I would totally take Interface. There's no way I'm not going to take it. All right, Cryokinetic. Can you bring me back, Cryo? No, because we get vertical slide. Pillars of ice erupt from the ground and launch your foes into the air. So Tundalus and level 2, or level 2, I think was the one complaining about it. Like, this literal ability is designed to, juggle, aerial juggle the enemies. I mean, this is literally what this is designed to do, because you are literally sliding them, and you are literally designed to be like, target 3 people, ice pops up underneath them and hurls them into the air, and then they fall. I mean, that's what this is trying to do. So it's very clear that that was their intention. Whether you like that or not. What's a vertical slide versus a vertical push? A vertical slide means I can move them in any direction, including vertical, I believe. So I could push them sideways. I could push them up. I could push them down. I could push them somewhat up and then over to the side. I could push them all over the place. That's also true, Sam, because this doesn't actually deal damage. You could, slide your allies around. And Halixar saying you could even vertically slide someone into the ground. Now, the description of this ability is pillars of ice erupt from the ground and launch your foes into the air. So how is the pillar of ice erupting from the ground and smashing me into the ground? I don't know. And the answer is because this is a mechanics first game. The fiction comes later. That doesn't mean that the fiction is 0. It just means we do what it says on the tin first. Wall of ice. We create a wall of ice. A 10 wall within 10. The walls last for the encounter. You can't move through them, but you and your allies can move freely through the wall. Why? No one knows, but it's a gamist thing. So yes, a vertical, well, no, it depends where you are, Tundalus. Push just means each square you push them has to be further away from you than the square was previously. So technically, if I was above the enemy, I would have to push them down. Vertical, I think, just means that you can move them in the Z direction. You don't have to. I could be wrong on that. Please correct me, Draw Steel fans, if that is. Like a push 5 could mean I push the person 5 squares away from me horizontally. Vertical push 5 could mean that I push the person 5 squares from me horizontally. The vertical doesn't mean that you have to push them up or down. It just means you have the ability to. All right. Metakinetic. There we go. So self, you vertically slide yourself. And this ignores your stability, so you're not going to not stabilize your person. If you slide into another creature, you resolve damage to both of you as if your force movement had ended, but you keep on moving through that creature's space. So the other cryo ability, Sam, is Wall of Ice. You create a wall of ice. Somehow you and your allies can move through it freely. We're not sure about that. And any enemy who goes next to it is slowed and potentially restrained if they get thrown into the wall. But you and your allies can move through it. Why? Again, I don't know. But it's a gamist concept. So the last one is Iron Body. 20 stamina, and your stability bonus goes up equal to your intuition score. So no one's going to be pushing you around. I mean, now here's the thing. The game asks you to do the mechanic first and worry about the fiction later, which is fine. Now, we've all seen the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Where Katara turns the water to ice and she freezes Azula, and then she like frees herself and she's able to move through the ice, but Azula can't. So there's ways to think about it, but the real answer is what Force said, because it says so. That's the reason. And all I'm saying is that's the difference between a mechanics first game and a fiction first game. And I really want to highlight this. A mechanics first game doesn't mean that you should completely ignore the fiction, and a fiction first game doesn't mean you should completely ignore the mechanics. But be aware that Draw Steel is a mechanics first game, and Daggerheart is a fiction first game. And so even though Daggerheart has abilities that sometimes maybe look a little bit like this, it's different. And they're designed to play different, and the way that you interact with those mechanics is different. And while you are still moving between mechanics and fiction, you are prioritizing one over the other. And it's important to realize that. Not every role-playing game is the same. They are not a monolith. All right, at 7th level, we get more stat increases. We get more stuff when we build up our discipline. And we also get the Psi boost. Whenever we use an ability that is a main maneuver with a psionic keyword, which is a lot of them, you can spend additional discipline to apply a Psi boost to it. One will allow, if you dynamic power lets you spend one, so basically we can like meta magic our psionic abilities. If we force the movement, if our ability forces a target to move, it gains a bonus equal to our intuition score for 1 discipline. So now we can push people even further. If it's an area, we can increase the area by 1 for 3 disciplines. Now we could cover an absolutely massive area with some of those like burst 2s, burst 3s. It has a distance. To be fair, not many things that we've seen here have a distance. So this one probably doesn't come up a whole lot. But for 1 discipline, we can increase the distance to 2. But it does say, by our intuition. But if it's melee, the distance increases by +2. So that is valuable because we haven't really seen too many range powers, but tons of them are melee 1. So spending 1 discipline to turn a melee 1 into a melee 3, which means we can target something 3 squares away, that's pretty cool. Heightened power deals extra damage for 1 discipline. Magnified power increases the potency by our intuition score for 5 discipline. That's really cool, especially if we really, really, really want that effect to land. Shared power lets us target an additional creature or object. Great for a really powerful, if something targets something individually, now it targets 2 things. So you're getting basically 2 targets instead of 1. It costs 5 discipline, but if you're using some big, mega, super mega 9 discipline power, and now you can target 2 people with it instead of 1, that very much is worth the 5 discipline. Not to mention the action economy savings as well. And if it has these are all really great. We can do all of these. You can apply multiple boosts, but only 1 instance of each boost. So we could increase the range, increase the area, increase the power, as long as we have the discipline to spend. And at this point, what level is this? 7? This is a This is like an asymptotic increase in the complexity, because now every time you use an ability with the Sonic keyboard, and let's be clear here, that's like almost every ability in the game, you literally technically have to make a decision on every single one of these. You know, you're like, do I use this? 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 That's a lot of choices. Now, hopefully by the time you get to level 7, you know what the fuck you're doing, but still. We also get 3 discipline instead of 2, which we'll need because we're going to be spending it all the time. 8th level. We get inertial dampeners if we're a metakinetic. You and each creature of your or object of your choice in your null field gain stability equal to your intuition score, which is 4, making it very hard to push around or move your allies. A creature who attempts to force move a target with this bonus takes psychic damage equal to your intuition score. So don't move my allies. Don't push them around. Don't slide them, push them, pull them. And if you try to, you're taking 4 damage. Right now, your buttons have buttons. That's a good way to put it, Jackal. Yes, you need discipline to not spend all of your discipline. Wow, it's so meta. It's so meta. Shared momentum is what we get for being a chronokinetic, which of course is the one that I really like the most. Whenever you take the disengage move action, remember at that point we are shifting like 3 or 4 or 5 squares now when we disengage. One ally that is within your null field can also disengage for free, and they can move our distance. So basically, me and my ally can both shift and move out of a precarious spot or into a really cool spot. Synaptic triage. This is our cryokinetic one. As a free maneuver, you can spend 1d6 stamina to remove 1 effect from you. Each creature of your choice also gains this benefit. Now, I mean, we've seen so many other abilities. I'm kind of out on this one. I'm back. Inertial dampener is really cool, but I'm back on chronokinetic. All right, we also get another level or a power 11 discipline. Arcane Purge. We focus our null field into a pressure point strike that prevents our foe from channeling sorcery. Huge damage. 13 plus agility. Agility would be 4 or 5 now. So we're talking about 17 damage, 23 damage, or maybe 28 damage. Now, this is targeting their might on a potency, but remember, this is supposed to be used against a spellcaster. And I think this is only like the second ability that we've seen that targets might. So again, having that wide range of abilities, an anti-spellcasting thing that attacks might, an anti-brute thing that attacks agility, right? Those are cool because then you can really have a lot of cool bags in your trick. And it's not like you can use all these powers anyways, because once you use this, it's not like you have the discipline to use another ability. Anyways, hits them. Chances are very good that you're using this against a low might target. So hopefully you roll well and they fail the potency. They become suppressed, which is a new effect. Save ends. So it's not 1 round, it's potentially multiple rounds. While suppressed, the target takes psychic damage equal to twice your intuition at the start of their turns. So they're automatically taking 8 damage a turn. They also take 8 damage whenever they use a supernatural ability or whenever they use an ability that costs malice. So am I crazy to think that if they use a supernatural malice ability that they take 16 damage? I don't know if that's right. But either way, nasty. Phase Hurl is another option. It's 11 discipline, main action, melee 1. We throw our foe out of phase with this manifold and cause them to harm enemies as they return. So this is a pretty decent damaging ability that then pushes them 5, 7, or 10 squares. And remember, we probably have certain things that give us bonuses to that stuff. We might be pushing them fucking 12 squares. Then if their intuition fails the potency, they become dazed, making them save ends, making them very difficult to take a lot of actions. The target and each creature or object they collide with also takes psychic damage equal to the total number of squares the target was forced to move. While the target is dazed this way, they see glimpses of creatures from other parts of the timescape. I can't believe that is in the mechanical effect. Why isn't that in the flavor text? This doesn't need to be here. Somebody fucked up. It's very strange that that's in the mechanics of this. Long story short, though, if we push somebody a lot of squares and they're grouped up and we could somehow figure out a way to hurl them through a bunch of different creatures, we could potentially deal a ton of damage to a bunch of enemies all at once. So, could be potentially very powerful, especially if you're built for heavy pushing. Scalar Assault. A 3 cube within 1. You warp reality to grow a limb for just a moment and make a single devastate. Where the fuck did this come from? We warp reality to get another bonus limb? When did that become a thing that we have the ability to do? I mean, it's just a massive damage push thing, but that's weird. Yeah, I'm out on this one. When did we get body horror? Oh, Sinmad's correct. I think they mean grow. Not like you grow a new limb. You warp reality to grow one of your limbs, and then you make a single big attack. So your like arm goes all Popeye, and then you smash it into the ground. But that still doesn't feel like anything that our character has even remotely done up until this point, which is weird. Hey, what's up, Herb? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Just finishing it up. All right, Herb. Herb was watching our previous video at ×2 speed and then was going to catch up with us. So, Herb, we appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry that we're producing so much content. Great point, Benjamin. Why does this deal psychic damage if we're growing our limb to presumably massive size, right? It's called Scalar Assault. And then it's a single devastating attack. Why is it psychic damage? If it's just supposed to be us being like, now I could see if we had like a psychic battering ram, like Tundalus is saying, with like a Green Lantern fist, but that's not really what it's describing us doing here. Anyways, it is what it is. Now, how would Derek make this cooler? The way I would make this cooler is my character would do, now I would still make the range like fairly short range, like maybe it's like a 3 cube or something, or whatever. And what I would do is like, but what I would do is have like your character leap into the air. And then when you land, right, you like create like this sign, like Thor landing in Avengers, Infinity War. And make it this like psychic explosion as your character lands, and maybe you turn all the ground to difficult terrain or something like that. I think that'd be much cooler. But Synaptic Anchor. You disrupt an enemy strike and then create a feedback loop in their mind, preventing them from focusing on future attacks. So this is see below, but it's a free triggered action. So the thing about it is it's 11 discipline. You get to do it for free, and it's triggered, but how often are you actually going to be able to make use of this, because it is taking 11 discipline. So probably not often, but the target takes damage from another creature's ability while they're in the area of your null field. That's going to come up all the time. Like, hey, you're hitting somebody that's near me, basically. The target takes half the damage, and if the triggering creature... Oh, okay, sorry. Our ally... or us takes damage from another creature. The target takes half damage, and if the triggering creature has intuition less than average, they become dazed. And while they're dazed this way, they also take psychic damage whenever they use their main action. A lot of stuff here. I don't think we can trigger multiple actions from the same action. So it's like we can't use our inertial field and synaptic anchor to like half it and half it. I don't think. I'm out. For 11 discipline, we can do better than that. Now, contrast with the art that we saw earlier, by the way. This art is awesome. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, he's surrounded by this, like, field of force. It looks like this guy's getting rocked back, or maybe he's getting, maybe he, like, just shurikened him or something, or like energy is rippling off of him. I don't know, but this art is way better than some of the art we've seen earlier. Finally, at 9th level, we just straight up get 21 stamina as we gain the I am the weapon ability. So we get 21 points of stamina straight up. We get the monk abilities, right? You can't be made bleeding. You no longer age. You no longer need food. You can also use your intuition instead of any other characteristics when resisting potencies. And that's our best statistic. So we are very hard to affect with anything. We have a ton of stamina, and then, fun little ribbon features like we don't age and we don't need food. We also get 11 discipline abilities from our tradition. If we are a chronokineticist, we either get Arrestor Cycle, which is a range 10 ability. Man, I don't think we've seen an ability that's range 10 this whole time. We trap a foe in a looping cycle of time. All right, now we have our maze. Trigger. The triggering creature starts their turn, and we cash in 11 discipline. We make a power roll, and if they fail, they lose their turn. If they don't lose their turn, they take twice your intuition score for each main action they take until the end of their next turn. So basically, we can make an enemy just straight up miss their turn. And then even if they somehow pass it, they still take a bunch of damage. But still, just delete them for a turn, basically. And it's a free triggered action. So it's not like something we do to them. It's just they start their turn within 10 squares of us. Time loop. This targets ourself. You show shadows what true speed is. Another creature on the encounter map ends their turn. You take a bonus turn immediately after that creature. You can only use this once per round. I mean, never mind. I'm taking time loop because that sounds awesome. Especially as a chronokineticist, this is fantastic. All right. Cryokineticist. Absolute zero. You become the coldest thing in the timescape, which grants us apparently a boatload of temporary stamina. Apparently being cold makes you very stamina. Until the end of the encounter, or until you are dead, you are an avatar of uttermost cold. You gain immunity resistance to all damage equal to the cold damage immunity resistance granted by your entropic adaptability trait. You ignore the negative effects of dying, and you have a +2 bonus to all potencies. All right, pretty good. Because not only do we get a boatload of stamina, but we also gain a bunch of resistance to all damages equal to the cold damage that we got from the earlier ones. So we're taking less damage. We gain a bunch of temporary stamina. And by the way, at 9th level, we also just gained permanent 21 stamina. So this is a very, very tanky McTank, as Torrin said. Heat drain. Drain all the heat from an enemy. Cold damage. Restrain them, melee. And while restrained this way, the target takes cold damage equal to your intuition. Additionally, whenever the target damages another creature, any potency is reduced by 2. I think I'll take absolute 0. Thanks. It's just for 11 discipline. This doesn't even seem that good. All right. What does Metakinetic have? All right. Inertial absorption. You absorb an attack to power body. Free triggered. Trigger. Another creature damages you. Effect. You take half damage, negate any effects, and gain 3 surges. The problem is, now granted, we do have our inertial field, which can let us take half damage. But we can only do that once a round, so now technically we can do this basically twice a round. And it does negate any of the effects, and we do gain 3 surges. But for 11 discipline, when we already have our inertial shield, I'm not feeling it. Realitas. Your essential... maybe the only thing worse than technobabble is fantasy technobabble. Your essential hyper-reality disrupts your enemy's connection to existence. All right. 1 creature, melee, damage, psychic, and potentially potency daze them. While dazed this way, the target takes... Wow, there's a lot of text here. The target takes psychic damage equal to twice your intuition scores at the start of each of your turns. Now, this dazed doesn't seem to have a save ends. Now, again, remember, I think I am using an older version, so they may have fixed this, but I'm assuming this is save ends. But anyways, they take damage equal to twice our intuition score. If this ability causes a creature who is not a leader or solo to become winded, aka 50% hit points, they are instead reduced to 0. So it's an instant kill ability. Any creature reduced to 0 by this ability is forgotten by all creatures of your level or lower in the timescape who are not present in the encounter. Loved ones of the forgotten creature retain a faint sense of melancholy. This effect can be reversed only at the director's discretion. Oh, it's very cool. It's a lot of fun flavor. Utterly pointless, but you got to appreciate the flair. So Boyko says, hot take. There is no flavor text in RPGs. So here, we'll put this to the test. In fact, we'll do a poll. Okay? This is a big decision. This tells me a lot about who you are as a game master. It tells me a lot about how you think. Now remember, this is the game. Okay? So we are playing Draw Steel. And someone uses Realitas against a creature. Who isn't connected to existence. Weird lore bullshit. Okay. Does the ability work as written? Does the ability not work at all? All right. So we are playing Draw Steel, and someone uses Realitas against a creature who isn't connected to existence. This is some weird lore bullshit from some weird psychic creature thing, you know. Does Realitas work exactly as written? Does it not work at all? Or is it something else? Now, remember, we're playing Draw Steel, a mechanics first game. So this is kind of, this is I spent up they were both, neither of us existed. I spent up years building up resistance to not existing. So again, and I want to highlight this because to me, this is a mechanics first game. And, this stuff is supposed to work. But some people have a real problem with that. But when you play a game like this, when it's this complex and it's weird. It's a fundamental paradox of role-playing games. I completely understand it. I get it. So Victor, I tend to agree with what Victor says. Since it is mechanics first, it would mechanically indicate if it didn't work against a certain creature. And I tend to agree with you. And the example I've always used is my level, 28, 29. I don't think they were 30, but they were pretty much 30th level. But they were like level 28. Party in 4th edition fought the Tarrasque. And they fought it outside of the main city. The main villain of one of the main villains of the campaign had summoned the Tarrasque to awaken, to become, to basically kind of like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, to like destroy their civilization. And the heroes went to fight it. And the Tarrasque, we're playing on a big grid, and the Tarrasque is like, 10 squares by 10 squares. If you can, we had this massive thing. And Tim was Nerix, who was a halfling. And, we had his little mini, it was literally just like, it looked like a freaking speck next to this massive thing. And Tim had an ability. It wasn't even a level 29 ability. It was a level 1 ability that basically just said, you do damage to he's a rogue. And it's like, you do damage to the creature. And if you're flanking it, you knock it prone. Now, there's no potency or anything like that. So sure enough, the dwarf fighter was on the other side, 11 squares away of the Tarrasque. And the halfling, flew or teleported in behind the Tarrasque and went, Hut! It was a sneak attack because he was flanking and used that as power. He hit, the creature's flanking, Tarrasque, falls prone, right? This Godzilla creature gets hit by a 3-foot tall halfling and falls prone. Because that's what the ability said. And the Tarrasque didn't specifically say, like, oh, it's immune to being prone or something. Anyways, yes, Forsyth. The target should be one creature that exists. Now, the problem is some people will say, but like, you know, the fiction is what's more important. And I would argue that in a game like Draw Steel, maybe it's not. Part of the reason you're playing Draw Steel is because you want these game effects to matter. And you chose these abilities because there's a part of you that wants to kind of basically play a very tactical, gamey game. So now Tundalus says, because Tundalus voted for 3. So Tundalus, by the way, I should point out, nobody voted for 2. Some people voted for something else. So Tundalus, I think, voted for something else. He says, in a heavy G game, which is this is, I would assume that if a weird interaction isn't accounted for, I should try to mechanize it in the way that the writers would have. So again, different people view their roles as essentially different. And obviously, you know, you all know where I'm going with this. If this was Daggerheart, you know, we would say, well, no, it doesn't work. The fiction doesn't support it. Anyways, very cool ability, powerful regardless. I like the takeout abilities for sure. 10th level, we get 5s in all our ability scores. We get 4 discipline instead of 3, and we get manifold resistance. Each time we finish our long rest, the respite, we can shift yourself and any creatures in the area of your null field to any location in the timescape known to you, known to any other creature in the area, or where any supernatural treasure in the area has been before. Whenever you use an ability, you gain 1 discipline that can be used only to apply a benefit from your Psi Boost feature. Additionally, you and your allies in the area of your null field ability ignore Banes and double Banes on your roll. So basically, you're level 10, go fucking nuts. I mean, at this point, it's basically saying, hey, you could basically kind of sort of teleport to anywhere. Also, you also get free discipline each turn that you can only use to boost your abilities, but hey, it's free. And also, you basically ignore the primary debuffing mechanic of the entire game. Also, since we don't need XP anymore, we gain order. We can spend it as if it were discipline. And at the start of a combat encounter, we can spend order to increase the size of our null field by 1. So for those of you keeping track at home, I think it's possible that we can now have our null field be like 3 aura. So it's like a 7x7 area, basically the entire battlefield. And that is the null. I do like that on level 10, they basically go, look, you know, the game is over. Let's just get crazy and be crazy. Now, I am one of those people that believes very wholeheartedly, by the way, Shadow's coming up next. Let's take a little quick break, but I'm one of those people that believes very wholeheartedly that when the players are level 10, or if the players are level 18 or 19 or 20 in a standard D&D game, I'm not trying to challenge them. They won. You know, they won the game. Like, this is a celebration lap. You know, we're not, what are we doing here? You know, these are the most powerful beings in the universe, and I'm not trying to make them feel like, you know, bitches at the end of the campaign. For me, it's a victory lap. For me, they have won the game. So, Benjamin, exactly what I just said. It's the victory lap. And I think this idea that, like, you know, your job is to somehow keep making them feel like they're worthless and they're nothing. And it's like, well, then what did we level up for? So I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. Obviously, other people, you know, vary and differ, but I'm not saying that you can't throw a really cool, powerful, you know, I don't think the final boss monster of the campaign should be a kobold, but, you know, I think it should be a really cool, awesome, powerful monster that the heroes, they've earned their right to kick ass and take names. At least that's the way I see it, you know? Right. I think trying to punk the party, as Thaddeus says, at that point, it feels a bit strange, you know? So I'm a big fan of that. All right. Yeah, final boss is Pun Pun. So I have a confession to make, which is I don't like monks. I've never liked monks, even though my very first AD&D character was a monk. But I never liked monks. They came back in 3rd edition. I didn't think they were great then. I kind of thought they were cool in 4th edition, even though no one ever played them, because by that point in time, we weren't really trying out new classes, even though it came out in PHP 3. My 5th edition character that I made very briefly recently in Smith's campaign was a monk. I wanted to try it out. Cool, fun, I guess. But I just don't like monks. And it's funny because I grew up doing martial arts. I'm a 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo, and I used to compete in local, state, and national tournaments. Why did I pick monk first? Because at that time, at that age, I was like 9 or something. I was all in on that was like, when I was a young kid and I was doing, martial arts as a kid. So I was all in on it. And then I rolled my stats, and my older cousin and his friends were like, "You rolled God tier stats. You need to be a monk. We would tell you to be a paladin, but your charisma wasn't good enough." But because I had like good dex, good strength, good wisdom, good con, they were like, "You definitely have to be a monk." So I was a monk. But anyways, yeah, just not my not my Jackal says this is a super psionic monk, so it's double your favorite. Yeah. So not my favorite class that we've read so far. Mostly because a lot of this class assumes that you enjoy punching people through walls. And since I think that's kind of silly and over. And by the way, let me be very clear about something. I would be totally fine punching somebody through a wall. And I haven't played Draw Steel the way some of you have played Draw Steel. But I'm going to tell you right now, the 3rd or 4th time I punched somebody through a wall, it would start to become so rote, so not boring, but just not exciting, nothing to write home about. It's just, and at this point, when I see a wall, I'm just like, okay, so that's going to be an extra 3 damage, Like it's like I'm looking at the Matrix, I don't even see, I see redhead, I see brunette, I see blue, a blonde. I see, so for me, it's like, I don't even see steel walls or brick walls anymore. I just see 3 damage, 5 damage. So yeah, the null functions in a lot of interesting ways. So when you become dying Boyko, you basically can no longer self-heal using your catch up or your catch your breath, basically your second wind. And if you get to negative 50% hit points, you're dead. Which is cool. I actually think that's a really cool mechanic. Right, Bean Boys. Spoken like a true gamist person, you got to level up those walls. Oh, now they're titanium. Now they're adamantine. All right. Well, 2 hours down. First monster pretty much almost finished. I do have a backup one just in case, but let's get into the shadow. Subtlety is your art, the tip of the blade, your brush. It just seems so. Man, I'm in the wrong hobby. Subtlety is your art, the tip of the blade, your brush. You studied at a secret college specializing in alchemy, illusion, or shadow magic. Your knowledge and training place you among the elite ranks of assassins, spies, and commandos. But more potent than your weapon or sorcery is your insight into your enemy's weakness. As a shadow, you possess abilities that deal significant damage, enable you to move swiftly across the battlefield and evade hazards, and allow you to fade from notice even in the midst of the most intense encounters. You also possess more skills than any other hero, continuing the trend of rogues get all the skills. Great piece of art. Very cool. I like the shadowy streaks, and those ears look disturbingly and weirdly out of positioning big. Those are some chonkin' big ears. For sure. So edgy, Huron. So edgy. If we're going to pick a class called the Shadow, I'd be eating that description up. All right, so our class is tied to agility. We get a stat that is set. Agility or potency is tied to agility. Agility, not great stamina. So we're on that elementalist train. Tons of skills. And we pick our Shadow College, which gives us a skill, but it also determines our subclass. So the College of Black Ash is founded from the art of being a shadow. You are unmatched in mobility and use sorcery to teleport around the battlefield, summon darkness, and manipulate shadows. So very magical teleporting. Pew, pew, pew. Caustic Alchemy gives you acids, bombs, poisons. You become exceptional assassins. And then the last college, the Harlequin Mask, gives you illusion magic, allowing you to infiltrate strongholds and create orchestrated chaos. Cool. So we basically get alchemy, shadow magic, or illusion magic. Insight is our heroic resource. As we observe our enemy, we learn how to use their weakness against them, building up insight. It's random, D3, instead of the ones that are 2. And the first time each round that you deal damage that you spent 1 or more surges on, we gain insight. So that's pretty cool. Whenever you make use of a heroic ability, that's the ones that you spend your heroic resource on, that makes use of a power roll, that ability costs 1 fewer insight if you have an edge or double edge on it. Interesting. So instead of giving us, so we not only have a way to gain additional insight, which is our heroic resource, but we have a way to reduce the cost of our insights if we can set up situations where we basically are metaphorically flanking. It could be because someone else gave us an edge. It could be because we have a bust or boost. The enemy could be debuffed, so we get an edge against them. But regardless, if we are in a position of advantage, aka we have an edge on them or double edge, the abilities cost less. That's really neat. That's a cool way to structure that. Of course, we can spend our insight outside of combat, but only once. All right. The Black Ash gives us straight up from the level 1 teleport. Shades of, the Sword Mage and the Eladrin. We can teleport 5 squares as a maneuver. If we have concealment or cover, we can then hide. If we successfully hide, we gain a surge. And if we spend insight when we make this teleport, we can teleport additional squares. This is everything that I would want this to be. I mean, we can teleport. If the range 5 squares is very generous. But if we need to go a little further and we have some insight, we can spend it to get that extra 6, if we need to get, if I could just get 7 squares. If we teleport into concealment or cover, we get to hide for free. And if we do hide, we get a surge. And we know we want surges because we want to spend surges so that we can get more, you guessed it, insight. So this is kind of a one-stop shop for everything that we want to do. So that's a great way to start off. Coat the Blade is presumably the alchemist, poisoner, assassin one. A little poison goes a long way. We get 2 surges. Additionally, whenever you use a surge before the end, by the way, this is just an at-will ability. These are all maneuvers. So, you could teleport every round. It's not even your move action. You could move and then teleport, or teleport and then move. Even the Eladrin couldn't do that because that was an encounter power. This is an at-will maneuver teleport. If that doesn't tell you something about this game, I don't know what does. Anyways, coating the blade gives us free surges every round. Additionally, whenever you use a surge before the end of the encounter, you can have it now deal poison damage. That's a cool way to mechanically reflect that, again, mechanically, this just does what it does. But in the fiction, the idea is that we are gaining the surges because we're coating our blade in poison, and we can choose to have it deal poison damage because it's now coated in poison. And if we spend insight, we can turn that insight into surges. So now we have a kind of a cool way to convert one resource into another, which is kind of neat. I'm no threat. This is the illusion one, the Harlequin one. You take on an illusionary countenance that gives you advantage on subterfuge. This is the most lengthy one. It's also a maneuver. You envelop yourself in illusion that makes you seem non-threatening and harmless. You might take on the appearance of a harmless animal, such as a sheep or capybara. Or you might appear as a less heroic and unarmed version of yourself. While this illusion lasts, your strikes gain an edge, and when you take the disengage move action, you gain a +1 distance that you can shift. It ends when you harm another creature, if you interact with a creature, or when you use this ability again, or if you end the illusion. If you end this illusion by harming a creature, you gain a surge. If you spend an insight, then you can choose a creature who's roughly the same size as you to make you appear as that creature. You gain an edge on tests made to convince that creature's allies that you are that creature instead. So there's a lot of stuff going on here, but mechanically it's very sound. When you develop the illusion, your strikes gain an edge. Well, as long as we're making an attack that has an edge, guess what? Our heroic ability costs 1 fewer insight. So that's great. However, if we hit somebody with this, we gain a surge, which is great because then we can spend the surge to get, you guessed it, more insight. So it's pretty good. So all in all, you know, it's working to do what it wants to do. And again, the idea here is that, you know, this is like one of those crazy, weird scenes, right? Where like, you know, you have the master of illusions who, you know, keeps appearing in combat, and, you know, you're it's almost like fighting Mysterio, right? Where, you know, you like look around and it's like, you know, there's like a little kid and you're like, what's going on? And then you look back and the kid stabs you, and then you freak out and run away. And then you turn around a corner and then it's like, your buddy is there, you know, your ally, and you're like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on. And then he smiles at you and stabs you because it's him. You know, it's actually, you're not your buddy, it's the Harlequin, right? So you got to think about that from like a cinematic, from a movie scene. It's trying to reflect that mechanically, and I think it does a pretty good job. It's not as clear cut as the other ones are, but I do think all of these are really cool. They're all at will, and they're all maneuvers. So A+ to all of these. I've been playing Trad 20 for so long, though, I cannot help myself but just want to be able to teleport at will. I know it's basic as fuck. I'm sorry, you know. Teleporting at will is like what pumpkin spice lattes are to white people. Being able to teleport at will is the equivalent to, like, you know, people who grew up playing trad D20. It's like, I can't help it. I'm sorry. It's just, it's too tempting, and it's too cool, and it's too powerful, and I'm swirling into black ash, and yes, fuck yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. You can proceed. What's up, Tamwin? Good to see you. So we also get smoke bombs. Now, by the way, you know, now, okay, so we're going to bring back the poll. Okay, we're going to bring back the poll. All right, we're going to read smoke bomb. Smoke bomb. You always carry a supply of smoke bombs to use for distractions and easy getaways. You can use the hide maneuver even if you are observed, and don't initially have cover or concealment. This is sort of your Batman ability. If you do, you can shift a number of squares equal to your agility score. If you end this movement with cover or concealment, you are automatically hidden. So, long story short, you don't have any cover, you don't have any... Oh, is this specifically to caustic economy? Oh, wait, no. Oh, I'm sorry, this is just caustic alchemy. They get 2. Never mind. Terrible formatting. All right, anyway, sorry. This is just caustic alchemy. Oh, which is fine. Caustic alchemy is cool. That's the poison assassin ones. Okay, but you're standing in the middle of a room. You throw down a smoke bomb. You can use the hide maneuver, even though you don't have cover or concealment. You shift a couple of squares, and if you end with cover or concealment, you're automatically hidden. All right. Keep in mind what we just read here. Okay. Poll going up. Ready? Here we go. Can someone have their smoke bombs taken away? Do 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 do. So again, this is a great example of how how does your GMing style and how does your interaction with the system, how does this interact? And quite frankly, how many fights are you going to have with your players? Especially if not everybody's not on the same page. Because, you would say, no, well, they disarmed you. And you go, yeah, I always carry a supply of smoke bombs. Well, the game rules literally say I always carry a supply. But right, but they disarmed you and they strip search you. Did they search everywhere? Right. Force, I agree. You could take some, but they just have more. Benjamin says that they're coming from an alternate dimension. And again, this is just a way of thinking about these games, Now, in a game like Daggerheart, I might make a GM move and I might take away an ability permanently or temporary. And I might say, no, in the fiction, you had smoke bombs. They took them away and you don't have them anymore. But this game is basically saying, in my opinion, this is my opinion, but this is how I think of games like this. And this is why I also think players enjoy games like this. Players enjoy games like this because they fundamentally, and to be fair, the game system, probably the GM, the adventure, and the players themselves go into this game with a sort of challenge-based mindset. The GM is going to present challenges to us, and we need to beat it. There's an element that says this ability kind of lets you gainsay the GM. Because in a world of challenge, the GM has the advantage. This ability is kind of your way as a player of saying, like, I'm exerting authority over this situation through my PC. And that could be a very empowering thing, especially in a mechanics first game. So, yeah. It's interesting. All right, so we have a little bit of time, a little bit of disruption here. So most people said no, but some people said yes. All right. College triggered action. So each also gets a triggered action. Clever Trick is for the Harlequin. It's a triggered action, and an enemy targets you with a strike. Choose an enemy within distance, including the enemy itself. The strike targets that enemy instead. And strikes always hit. So you are correct. Doesn't this mean your character cannot choose to leave smoke bombs at home? You are technically correct. Well, this is very powerful. It only costs 1 insight, and an enemy targets you, and they hit themselves or another enemy, which is automatic damage. Wow. Obviously, if you get hit twice, you can't use it twice, but my God, that's fantastic. Wow, this is really good. Okay. The other people are going to have to really step up here. All right. Black Ash has in all this confusion, and Caustic Alchemy has defensive roll. All right. Alchemy has defensive roll. When an enemy attacks, you roll to reduce the impact. Triggered. Another creature damages you. So we're already taking damage. So it's already worse. You take half the damage, can shift 2 squares, and if you end this with concealment or cover, you can use the hide maneuver. Pfft, that's nothing compared to the other one. In all this confusion, you take damage, you take half the damage, and can teleport 4 squares. I mean, reaction teleporting is cool, but in both of these, we took damage. The other one literally makes we take no damage, and the enemy takes damage instead. This is like one of the best abilities we've seen in the entire game. Anyways, although, again, triggering a teleport, pretty cool. Now, hesitation is weakness. So everyone gets this one. It's hard to tell, by the way, but everyone gets this. For 1 insight, another hero ends their turn. That hero can't have used this ability to start their turn. You take your turn after the triggering hero. Can't we just delay? Maybe I'm confused as to what this does. Do we get to take 2 turns? That can't possibly be right. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. I forgot this game used alternating activation. Thank you. You get 2 heroes get to go. Okay, cool. Yep. Okay, neat. And it's only 1 insight. I'm down. This is awesome. Oh, they're almost dead. He hesitated, and that is weakness. I'm going to go, and I'm going to finish him up. Cool. Neat. Love it. So that's actually really neat. We get a kit. Normally, we're going to use Cloak and Dagger, but this is a normal equipment wielding character class. So our kit is going to give us our other signature strike. Robert pointing out that the clever trick only works with strikes, while the other 2 work with any type of damage. So, Robert, that's a good point. That is a good point. Thank you, Robert. That's a great point. All right. We get 1 signature ability because the other one's going to come from our kit. So we can take Grasping in Pain, which is a melee damage. And if we roll really well, they become prone. And we can also choose an ally who gets a surge because they take advantage of our target's agony. We can also take I Work Better Alone, melee or ranged. Shining Armor Shadow. You just throw down a heavy armor and teleport. Be a Shadow Knight. SK, babies. SKs. I love Shadow Knight. One of my favorite classes from EverQuest. Again, pretty good damage, melee or ranged. And if the target has none of your allies adjacent to them, you get a free surge before making the power roll, which is pretty cool because we want to spend surges. Teamwork does have its place. So if an ally is adjacent to the target, you gain 1 surge before making the roll. This is interesting. These are literally the exact same power. For some odd reason, this one can attack an object, and this one can't. This one is the enemy has to be no allies, and this one has to have an ally. I'm curious, which do you think between the 2 of these what situation, because they're exactly the same. Obviously, you want them to either be adjacent to your ally or adjacent to none of your allies. So which do you think will come up more often? So resetting the poll, and the poll is up. So do you think that I Work Better Alone, where you're targeting enemy that has none of your allies adjacent to them, or targeting an enemy that has at least 1 ally adjacent to its place? That's interesting. I don't know. That's a great point. Depends on party size. Good point, Dragons. I mean, the reason I say this is because most of TTRPG strategy is predicated on, right, tag teaming and, focus firing down 1 enemy, right? That's an enemy who has taken 99% of their health is just as dangerous as an enemy who has taken no damage. So typically it is a bad move in TTRPGs to spread out your damage. So most of the time, the strategy is concentrate your damage. Most of the time. That's interesting. I mean, it's leaning towards teamwork, but it is kind of, on average, Hallex are pointing out that there's a lot of boss fights and leader fights, and we're going to have maybe only 1 or 2 enemies, and you're going to have a lot of allies adjacent to it. So, yeah, that's interesting. All right. Interesting. All right. Well, teamwork has its place wins, but it could have been either. All right. You were watching the wrong one. So, slightly inferior damage to either of these, and it's only melee. But as long as you have one of your allies within 5 squares of the target, you gain 1 surge. If you are flanking the target when you use this ability, choose one ally. That ally gains a surge as well. That's pretty cool. So again, the class wants us to spend surges, and everything we are looking at here is giving us surges. So that's cool. We also get a heroic ability. These are our 3 insight ones. Disorienting strike is damage, sliding, and we can shift into the square that the target leaves. All right, a little bit of maneuvering and crowd control. I don't know if that's exactly what I want to be doing. Eviscerate gives them bleeding. Save ends. And is a good amount of damage and can be used in melee or ranged. And bleeding is pretty potent. So, and we want to, I mean, come on, if we're a shadow, we're here to do damage, right? I mean, for the most part. So, I'm tempted to say bleeding. Tempted to go eviscerate. Plus, it was one of my favorite rogue abilities in World of Warcraft. Build up those combo points, eviscerate. I'm certainly not here to heal, says Dr. Metropolis. That's very true. I mean, listen, I don't put anything past this game. Get in and get out. 3 insight to make 1 target melee attack for decent damage, and we can shift up to our speed before or after the strike. So this is sort of our spring attack type movement. Now remember, we're not the Null. We don't have the kind of crazy bonus movement. So gaining a movement power like this is very useful if we need to, get in and get out. And unlike the Null, who had really good stamina, our character class does not. So we don't want to be stuck sitting around in melee if we can avoid it. So I do appreciate get in and get out, but I still think I like eviscerate. 2 throats at once is a modestly damage. We don't get to add our agility or anything, but we do get to target 2 creatures. So if we want to double up our damage, this is the way to do it. These are all pretty good. I mean, I like 2 throats at once. I like eviscerate. I like disorienting strike. Now, I'm gonna tell you that disorienting strike, crowd control is not what I'm here to do as a shadow. I'm gonna skip on that one. I do like eviscerate. I think bleeding is very, very, very powerful. Oh, that's true, Tamwin. That's true. Null doesn't get a hit. Shadow does. So the base stamina is a bit misleading. A little bit. That's true. So I like eviscerate. Get in and get out, I like. And 2 throats at once, I think is really cool. However, I play with a bunch of 40-year-old men, which means that they are 17-year-old boys, which means I cannot take 2 throats at once because people will snicker and laugh every time I use that ability. So I'm going to choose eviscerate. All right, 5 insight abilities. We've got Coup de Grace. That's how that's pronounced, right? Which is nice. We got a little sneak attack dice damage. We get 2d6 plus a big number plus agility damage. And it's melee or range. It's just straight up a lot of damage. Nothing wrong with that. 100 throats. Well, if we couldn't take 2 throats, we definitely can't take 100 throats. So we shift up to our speed and make 1 power roll that targets up to 3 enemies. Now, here's the problem. Okay. So shouldn't it just be called 3 throats? Why is it called 100 throats? We're clearly only targeting 3 enemies. I'm going to give this one a D- just for the name incongruency alone. I'm out. No, it should be renamed Measure Once, Cut Twice. That's what it should be called. Setup. Okay. I like the flavor text. Your friends will thank you. Now, this one is only ranged. But it is cool because it's damage at ranged, but then the target gets damage weakness 5, save end. So this is a cool debuff, a way to, it could potentially help you as well. But again, if your friends are focus firing and 2 or 3, remember you got to remember damage weakness is so much better than in this game than any other game that you've ever played, because sometimes your allies miss and it does nothing, but your allies can't miss here. So, if 3 of your allies target this enemy, you've just done 15 extra damage. That's pretty cool. Shadow Strike. 5 insight. You used a signature strike twice right off the rip. This is level 1 ability to just be able to immediately start making 2 attacks. Very cool. So, all right, at 2nd level, we get a college feature, Burning Ash for the Black Ash, Trained Assassin, and Friend for Harlequin. Burning Ash. When you teleport, we leave behind floating ash, and the first time that we use this, an enemy adjacent to us takes damage equal to our agility score. It's okay. Friend. Your illusion makes your enemies believe that you are their friend in critical moments. Whenever an enemy uses an ability or trait that targets multiple allies and you are within distance of the effect, you get to choose to be a target of that effect as well. That's awesome. That's cool. The Harlequin one is winning me over a little bit. Additionally, when you use the I'm no threat ability, you can take the disengage move action. Sure, whatever. But hey, my enemy's buffing them. The enemy squad is buffing. I get the buff. They're healing. I get the heal. That's pretty cool. Plus, it's just a fun, like, fuck you, GM. I like fuck you, GM abilities. People are saying I'll enjoy the Troubadour. Trained Assassin. You know just where to cut your enemies. Whenever you make a strike that has no banes or double banes, and that incorporates 1 or more surges, you gain 1 additional surge that you can use only on that strike. So basically, as long as we can set up a situation where we're not foobar, and we're spending a surge, they give us an additional surge. So every surge becomes 2, basically. Right? 1 surge becomes 2. Which is nice. I mean, that's free. It's free real estate, right? But we do have to make sure that we're not, that we're in the position of strength, not operating from a position of weakness. But I'm going to agree with Tundless here that swiping an enemy buff is very hype. And again, this isn't like a once per day, once per long rest, once per blue moon. It's anytime. It's like just forever. Tamwin says, I once stole a leader's everyone make a free strike ability. I got a crit off of it and ended up doing more damage from the villain's own action than the enemies did. And that's a cool story. And feels very appropriate for that kind of class and that kind of build, right? The Harlequin type thing. The Black Ash gets one of these 2 abilities. A Puff of Ash. It's a melee or ranged. We can tell it we do damage. We teleport. The target. Neat. Not us. The target. That's cool. We teleport them in. Now they're surrounded by our entire party. Too slow is our other option. It's a free triggered action. If we use in all this confusion, we ignore any effects associated with the damage. Before you teleport, you can make a free strike against the creature who damaged you. And you can spend a recovery. That's a lot of stuff. 5 insight to basically be able to upgrade our thing to ignore all the damage and make a free strike and spend a recovery. Hey, thanks for attacking me. I take no damage. I stab you in the face. I heal. And may God have mercy on your soul. Our caustic alchemy can either take sticky bombs, which deal we can attach a bomb to a creature. If you're hidden, they don't notice the bomb. Otherwise, they notice the bomb and can disarm or remove it as a main action. If they don't, it blows up. And when it blows up, it targets all our enemies within 2 squares again. Again, gamist language. So wait a second. Are you telling me that this enemy has a bomb on them and they blow up and they're completely surrounded by all my allies, that it hurts none of my allies? And it's like, that is correct. Why? Because if it hurt your allies, it would be lame, and we're playing a role-playing game, and we're playing, a fun game, and it's like having friendly fire on. It's just annoying. Turn it off. Jackal, I don't know. That's terrible editing. Stink Bomb does poison damage. It's a 3 cube within 10. That's all right. So that's a 3x3 area within 10 squares. Nice range. Longest range we've seen so far. Everything's been ranged 5. Apparently, stink bombs can really get hurled well. The gas remains until the end of the encounter, and enemy who starts in the area could potentially become weakened if their might is lower than your average potency. All right. Pretty cool. Harlequin, though, could choose Machinations of Sound, allowing you to slide a ton of enemies, ignoring their stability, but it's instead reduced by their intuition. So, slide them all off the cliffs or slide them into walls, I guess. So Gullible. When your enemy strikes, you reveal you were in a different place all along. Another creature targets you with a strike. When you use your clever trick ability with no insight cost against this triggering creature, you can teleport to an unoccupied space and spend a recovery. Yeah, these are all pretty okay. Third level. All shadows get careful observation. Range 20. It's a maneuver. One creature. As long as you remain within distance of the target, maintain line of effect to them, and strike no other creatures first, you gain an edge on the next strike you make against the assessed creature, and you gain one. Okay, so wow. So as long as you're willing to cash in a maneuver. Now, number one, this could potentially last into the next turn, but presumably you're going to do this often on the same turn. You're going to use a maneuver. You're going to assess the creature, and you gain an edge on your next strike. And if you have an edge from anything else, you now have a double edge. And because you're using an edge on a strike, you're going to gain a surge. And you gain a surge on that strike. And if you spend multiple surges, you're going to potentially gain a more insight, aka your heroic resource. So this is basically spotting you everything that you need as long as you're willing to cash in a maneuver each turn. Which is, I think there's a pretty good return on investment, I'm just going to say. Free edge plus free surge. For a class, everybody wants edges and everybody wants surges, but the shadow really wants edges and really wants surges. So good for that. All right. 7 insight. We can get hold me closer, tiny dancer. We enter a flow state that makes you impossible to pin down. Until the end of the encounter, whenever an enemy moves or is forced moved to you or damages you, you can take the disengage move action as a free triggered action. So you pop this maneuver for 7 insight. It's called Dancer. And if an enemy moves to you, or if they are forced to move to you, or if they damage you, you can shift basically a square. Because I don't think you get disengage movement buffs. It's okay. It's all right. Misdirecting Strike is another 7. Melee 5, range 5. Nice damage, agility, and the target is taunted by a willing. So this was literally a bard ability called Misdirected Mark from 4th edition D&D. It was a psychic damage that then marked the creature from another PC, not from you. And it's the same thing. So this is pretty great. Some kits can give +1 to disengage. Thank you, James. So, and Tamwin basically said the same thing. Right. You basically become immune to melee 1 enemies, which is fair enough. So hitting an enemy and then throwing the taunt onto your, mega tank is pretty sweet. And it's a good amount of damage. Pinning Shot is also a good amount of damage, only ranged, but it restrains. And restraining a creature with a ranged attack is awesome. Obviously. I mean, that's fantastic, really. Self-Confessed Cynic shows up and says, formal petition to restore the Dumpster Fire's name. Why, Self-Confessed Cynic? That's what it was originally named, right? Before we, we're just going back to what it was originally supposed to be. Actually, Self-Confessed Cynic, if I was really restoring it to its original name, I would restore it to PF2 General. So. Because that is what the Dumpster Fire originally was. It was PF2 General. And then I had to delete that channel because it was too much. And I had to delete basically 50% of the messages that the Discord had ever written because most of the Discord's messages were in PF2 General. And it got out of pocket and I had to put it down. I had to declare exterminatus on my own Discord and wipe it before the heretics and the mutation could spread. I'll return it eventually. It was a celebration of the Dumpster Fire's origins for people who didn't know. Pinning. Oh, he just did pinning shot. I like this. Restraining. But again, I don't know. I feel like if I'm a shadow, I don't really care. But again, how many abilities do I need that just do a bunch? Because one of the things I have to keep in mind is that this isn't 4th edition. In 4th edition D&D, let's say the combat lasted 4 or 5 rounds. Well, then I wanted to have 4 or 5 encounter powers or daily powers that did a shitload of damage because I wanted to be able to use one of them every round. But I'm not going to be able to do all of these every round anyways because of the insight costs. I am cautious about Warhammer 40K. I don't know how they're going to handle it. Because the Total War series have always been about melee combat. And 40K predominantly, I mean, there is melee combat, but 40K is predominantly a ranged combat game. Now, Dawn of War 4 comes out in 2026, and they are going back to, big, it's not hero hammer, it's not hero scale, it's mass units, supply caps, base building, right? More like Dawn of War 1, which was, in my opinion, one of the best RTSs of all time. I mean, StarCraft 2 for me is probably, maybe StarCraft 1, but it was up there. It was really top. But I don't know what they're going to do. Well, considering that I believe Empire is considered to be the worst Total War one of all time, or is that like Revolution? One of those. And I don't even think Napoleon was particularly well loved anyways either. But also, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I'm curious to see. Exactly, Alexar. Having too many damage dumps via your insight spend can be a bad thing. Staggering blow. Oh, this is brutal, right? If you hit them with a weak shot, they're slowed. But if you hit them with a strong shot, they become prone and they can't stand. And it's save ends, not until end of next turn. Staggering blow is really, I like this. There's just no recovering from this. And see, here's the thing. This is why flavor text is stupid. Yes, there is. You could just make the save. There's no recovering from this. I made the save. Now, see, in Pathfinder 2, this shit would be really confusing because this there's no recovering from this would be part of the mechanical rules text. And you'd be like, wait, there'd be people on like Reddit, like, which is it? Can you recover from it or not? Because it's written in the ability. Oh, that's clearly just flavor text. How do you know? It says you literally can't recover from this. Yeah, Dawn of War 1, great. Warcraft 3 is not my favorite. I will admit that. It was the beginning of kind of like HeroCraft, and I didn't like HeroCraft as much. StarCraft Brood War almost made me flunk out of college. Not literally, but really close. Steam Driven. I've been talking about the StarCraft miniature game all day, all week, all month, all year. In fact, I am probably going to back the Mini Wargaming Depths of Perdition 3D printer terrain Kickstarter, just so that I can start making indoor sci-fi miniature terrain, so that when I get Zergs and Protosses and Terran, that we can have like cool indoor whatever. I like flavor text, just not most. Well, this flavor text, let's call a spade a spade. This flavor text is just like super edgelordy try hard. It is. You enter a flow state that makes you nearly impossible to pin down. Why are you looking at me? It's a little try hard. It's a little cringy. Just saying. Sorry. It is to me. Maybe not to you, but it is to me. It wasn't as bad in some of the other ones. It just seems particularly bad with the Shadow. So, all right. Fourth level, we can. Oh, that's kind of a fun little ribbon ability. While conversing with any creature you share a language with, you can decide whether anyone else can perceive what you're conveying, even if you're yelling. Jessica says it's almost like an author wrote it. Yeah, but I hate to say this, but it's It's like I'm reading Divergent, you know, or if I'm reading Maze Runner. It feels like a teen supernatural YA romance, you know. That's what it feels like, kind of. And level 2 Janice says, I can't blame them for the flavor text being kind of try hard because every time I try to write flavor text, I'm just never happy with it. See, Haran says, if you don't blast Evanescence and Linkin Park while playing The Shadow, don't talk to me. Yeah. Night Watch. Your sense for stealth shows those around you how to evade notice. While you are hidden, enemies take a bane on searches made for you or other hidden creatures. Additionally, you gain the Night Watch ability, a triggered ability, and it targets an ally. If your ally takes damage from another creature's ability while you're hidden, the target takes half damage and you remain hidden. And the way it works is a steely dagger from out of the blue knocks another weapon off course. But of course, this would work against a fireball. This would work against an unerring beam of light. This would also work against, somebody punching them with a fist. But hey, again, mechanics first, fiction second. Anyways. And of course, if we use a surge, we now get 2 insight instead of 1. So pretty standard here. We're getting more stuff, more bang for our buck. At 5th level, our Harlequin gains the Harlequin Gambit. All right, whenever you reduce a non-minion creature to 0, okay, so we kill an enemy, you can immediately use a free maneuver to use your I'm no threat ability, which lets us reapply our disguise. Remember, after we do damage, we lose our disguise. And then we move up to our speed. So basically, we can if we kill somebody, we can immediately reapply our disguise, which is cool. If the creature is the same size as you, you can disguise yourself as them without spending insight. In other words, if we kill somebody, we can make ourselves look like that person even without spending insight. If you do this while I'm no threat is active, the creature's body is now disguised to look like your body. The illusion ends on their body if another creature physically interacts with it. In other words, kill somebody and take their appearance. But functionally, it lets you reapply your illusion automatically. So there's an action economy saving there. And you can specifically look like one of the allies without having to spend the insight. So there's a mechanical advantage there too, but there's also kind of a cool, you kill somebody and then you just take on their appearance. It's almost kind of faceless men kind of Game of Thrones coded a little bit. Trail of Cinders. If we kill somebody, we can teleport for free. Additionally, we can now bring adjacent willing creature along with us whenever we use any shadow ability to teleport. That is awesome. A+. Not only is teleporting for free when we kill a creature awesome, but now the fact that we can teleport an ally anytime, not just with this ability or just when this ability triggers, but any of our abilities that cause us to teleport, we can bring an ally along, which is very cool. Now we're very Nightcrawler-esque, right? We grab somebody, bamfing around. Volatile reagents. Whenever you deal damage, each enemy adjacent to you takes fire, acid, or poison damage equal to your agility source. So now anytime we take damage, they apparently break shit on us, and it doesn't hurt us, and it doesn't hurt our allies, but it only hurts enemies. Additionally, your defensive roll ability now allows you to shift 5 squares, including vertically. What does that have to do with volatile reagents? I don't know. If you don't end this shift on solid ground and are not flying, you fall. Is the idea that if somebody hits us and we use our defensive roll, that shit ruptured and blew up and it popped us up into the air? Robert Green says, rocket jump. I'm sorry. That gets the sad trombone. Our agility bonus is about 3 points here, Vin, but we are only level 4 or 5. I mean, I just think that's just kind of crazy and silly. I mean, this is very almost slapsticky to me. So I don't like this I don't like this agreement. But then again, I also don't like in PF2 that the gunslinger who is using, powder loaded missiles, powder loaded bullets, like round shot, ramrodded into flintlocks, has an ability in Pathfinder 2 where you can point your flintlock pistols at the ground and basically rocket jump up. And I mean, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work with pretty much any weapon that you could conceivably hold and not like instantly kill you. But it's definitely not working with a flintlock pistol. Like maybe if you had some sort of massive RPG that would most absurdly kill you anyways, and you would never be able to like hold on to it, maybe that could propel you up with the quote unquote kickback. But there's no way. Anyways, sorry. Moving on. Vibes over sense, I guess. We also get a 9 insight ability, and this is available to anybody. Blackout. It's a 3 burst. That's a big area. That's 7 by 7. We cause a plume of shadow to erupt from our eyes and create a cloud of darkness. Now, see, it could have erupted from anywhere. It could have just erupted from our square. It could have erupted from around us. But no, it had to erupt from our eyes.
Dungeons and Dragons. Satan's game.
A black cloud fills the area, granting you and your allies concealment. While you are in this area of darkness, whenever an enemy ends their turn in the area, you can make a free triggered action to shift to a new location within the area and make a free strike. Okay, that's actually really powerful. And it's only a maneuver, so respect. Now, granted, the enemy has to end their turn in your cloud of blackness. So any reasonably intelligent enemy is going to leave the cloud of darkness. But if they are stupid and they stay within the cloud of darkness, you will shift and you will free strike them, and it will be glorious. Into the shadows. You sweep your foe off their feet and plunge them into absolute darkness. You and the target are removed from the encounter map. I love the gamist language. Until the start of your next turn, you reappear in the spaces you left. Make a power roll. You do a bunch of damage. So this is interesting. It's a good amount of damage, but it's also kind of very hyper tactical because it's like, would it be better to take the enemy away? Do I not want to be on the map? Do I want them not to be on the map? Because what's interesting is you could also target an object. So in theory, you could just, stab a barrel, and you and the barrel appear in darkness, and you disappear from the map and return. And by the way, showing Jessica, thank you, showing that they are more than capable of doing this. You can put the effect before the roll. It's fine. Shadowfall. Again, like the periods are what make this try hard and edgelord. You vanish, they fall, you reappear. It's a line, that's cool. It's each enemy in a 10 by 1 line, that's cool. It's pretty good amount of damage, and you disappear before making the power roll. After the power, so here's how I would phrase this: blah 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 blah. Effect: you disappear. Right? Effect: you disappear. Power roll: blah 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 blah. Effect: you appear in the first unoccupied space at the far end of the line. Right? That's how I would write that ability. Just saying. Effect: you disappear. Blah, you reappear. But anyways, obviously the idea here is that, you disappear and then this shadowy form moves straight forward, slash, 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 kill, slash, slash, and then you reappear at the end, the shadow's burning off of you. You lick the knife, the blood, Anyways. Edgy. You talk too much. We got the melee 1, range 5, 1 creature, good damage days. And your target can't communicate with anyone until the end of the encounter. Oh no. I'm going to use this on that one ally because it just says one creature. So I could target my ally. I'm going to use this on my one ally who can't stop FBT role playing. And I'm going to pray to the GM that that the encounter lasts forever. Sorry, Beowulf. You talk too much. Sixth level. Ooh. We gain an umbral form. As a maneuver, we lose control of ourselves, becoming a shadow creature, dripping with ash. This transformation lasts until the end of the encounter or until you're dying. Or after one uninterrupted hour of quiet focus. You gain the following effects while in your umbral form. You automatically climb at full speed. Cool. Enemy spaces don't count as difficult terrain for you. And enemy takes corruption damage if you move through their space for the first time in a turn. If you end your turn with cover or concealment from another creature, you automatically are hidden. You gain 1 surge. You have corruption resistance equal to 5 plus your level. Creatures gain an edge on strikes against you, so you're easier to hit. You take a bane on presence tests. Dang, why do creatures get an edge to hit me? All right. Well, I'm out. I'm not becoming an umbral form, I guess. I guess if I have to like climb a mountain, I'm becoming umbral form. Other than that, I'm out. All right. 6th level. We get 6 abilities from the 3 subclasses, 3 colleges, and we got to pick one from each. Or, well, one, depending on which one we are. So if we are the Black Ash, I guess we could just hide. Yes, I suppose that's true. But we have to replace 2 hide. All right, Black Ash Eruption. Your attack produces a cloud of black ash that launches an enemy into the air. Modest amount of damage, and then a massive push. Now, by the way, this is an exception to the rule because it does say a creature force moved by this ability must be moved straight upward. So even though this is a vertical push 15, we cannot do any of this horizontally. It has to be straight up. So that's pretty brutal. Obviously, you smash them up into the ceiling, presumably, and then they fall back down and take even more damage. So, brutal. Cinder Storm. Now, I'm inclined to agree with this one just because it's maneuver. You teleport your friends in a burst of ash and fire. It's a 4 burst, so that is a 9 by 9 area. 9 squares by 9 squares, centered on you. Self and each ally. Each target can teleport up to 5 squares. For each target, in addition to you, who teleports away from or into a space adjacent to an enemy, that enemy takes fire damage equal to your agility score. For each target, in addition to you, who teleports away from or into a space adjacent to an enemy, they take damage equal to your agility score. So let me see if I get this right. If me and all my allies teleported all adjacent to the same creature, let's say it's me and my 3 allies, and my agility, let's just say it's 5. So there's 4 of us, me, my 3 allies. My agility is 5. If we all teleport adjacent to the same enemy, let's say we're in a double flank, does that enemy take 20 fire damage? For each target in addition to you who teleports away from or into a space, that enemy takes fire damage equal to your agility score. I'm reading this as yeah. So that's pretty good, right? I mean, the ideal situation would be me and all my allies are all in melee with somebody else. We teleport away from that enemy. That enemy takes 5 damage. Let's say my agility is 5. they take 5 damage. And then we all teleport next to the same new enemy. That enemy takes 20. So it's like we just did like, 40 damage and we teleported everybody. So yeah, get fucked. Also, a target who ends its movement in concealment or cover can hide, even if they're observed. Yeah, I'm not sure if you don't do the damage, but because what if it just said for each target who teleports away from a space and into a thing? I guess the question is like, are you targeting yourself when it's self? I don't know. Again, editing. It's a little confusing to me, but well, guess what I'm saying is why, what is this language doing here? If it said for each target who teleports away from or into the space adjacent to an enemy. I see. So we already do the Burning Ash passive. So it doesn't include us, but it does include us because we already do this. It just doesn't do it twice from us, is what it's basically saying. So it would do 40 damage, but because of our Burning Ash passive plus the Cinderstorm from our allies. Got it. Okay, makes sense. I forgot about the Burning Ash acid. All right. Caustic Alchemy. 1 vial makes you better. 3 creatures. So, again, I mean, I guess where each creature is getting a vial. It's called 1 vial, and we're targeting 3 creatures. So, you ready, hand, or lob a potion to each target who can immediately quaff it, no action. If they don't drink the potion right away, they must use a use consumable maneuver later to consume it. By the way, this is only a maneuver. The potion loses its potency at the end of the counter. This is 9 insight. A creature who drinks the potion can spend up to 2 recoveries, has acid resistance, fire resistance, or poison resistance, their choice, equal to your level until the end of the encounter. Well, here we go. The Shadow with a mass AoE heal. Hey! Everybody heals 66%, roughly, of your hit points, and maybe pick up some, fire resistance or poison resistance or acid resistance. You decide. It's only a maneuver. It's not a main action, and you automatically catch it. Don't need to have any hands free, and you get to consume it immediately. This is an example of why mechanics first games work, because if you've played PF2, knowing how an ability like this would work in PF2 would make you sad and would make you want to cry. And the hoops that they would have to jump through to even try to make this ability useful would be ridiculous. And even then, it still wouldn't actually be that good because of the hoops that exist and the hurdles that exist. This is an example of mechanics. Well, how did he catch it? Doesn't he have to make a check? What if you're blind? How far away are they? How are you throwing this thing 50 feet and you're catching it? What do you mean I don't have to take an action? Is it just free? Is it just landing in my mouth? Who cares? Get healed, gain immunity, and keep fighting. It doesn't matter. It's not that kind of game. Anyways. But while 1 vial makes you better, 1 vial makes you faster. Each ally who catches this potion can take the battle to the next level. Same thing, range 10, 3 questions. Drink the potion right away, blah, blah, blah. Each creature, you make 1 power roll, and if you roll shit, they get bonus of +2 speed until the end of the encounter. If you roll okay, they can fly, and if they roll really good, they all turn invisible until the end of their next turn. The Harlequin, I think I like the healing one better, but, flying is cool, but I just assume at this point of these games, everybody can fly or something. So. Look, it's a 5 burst. It's an 11 by 11 area. Each enemy in the area, until the start of your next turn, any ability roll made against a target gains an edge. So for 9 insight, basically, you and all of your allies all gain an edge. Oh, Tamlin points out you can always downgrade your power rolls too if you want to. If you really want the lower level power. That's good to know, Tamlin. Puppet Strings is a melee attack against 2 enemies. You prick little needles on the tips of your fingers into the nerves of your enemies and cause them to lose control. Okay. Basically, you do a little bit of damage, and then you can make them make a free strike. So you control that, presumably. you choose the new targets for the free strike. So there you go. And it's either a free strike, a main action, or a shift and a main action. Pretty good. I do not believe that these are cumulative, Benjamin. I think it's one or the other. I don't see anything here that suggests that it would be cumulative, and they never are cumulative otherwise. I mean, that's pretty cool. It's pretty powerful, right? You're doing a little bit of damage to 2 targets. You could potentially have them each use their main action. You're kind of getting 3 actions worth of abilities. Pretty cool. All right, we're almost done here. 7th level. Our stats are now 4. We now get D3 plus 1. We can now observe 2 creatures with our careful observation, and we can now gain the ability to throw our speech like a ventriloquist. That is way more text than I want an ability, Dunless says, and I agree. At 8th level, we get Cinder Step, Time Bomb, or Parkour. Cinder Step. Whenever you willingly move, you teleport. And if you teleport in this way, it counts as a shadow ability. So now we don't even have to teleport. We can now just move, and when we move, it's a teleport. And since it's a shadow ability, it leaves behind a trail of cinders and burns our people with ash, which means now we can like teleport and teleport. We literally don't ever not have to not teleport. Anytime we're moving, we're teleporting. If somebody else moves us, we're teleporting. It's only willing movement. If someone pushes us, it's not teleporting, but it's just like, look, you were just always be teleporting. ABT. I don't know how useful that is, but it's cool. Because at this point, it's like we're teleporting with our abilities. We're teleporting for a maneuver. Now, apparently, our move can make us teleport. So now we can move with a teleport, do an ability, and then use our maneuver to teleport. So we're just, we're literally just bamfing everywhere around. We are 100% full Nightcrawler, 100%. Parkour. Our movement straight up no longer provokes opportunity attacks. Additionally, you can use your Harlequin Gambit feature as a free triggered action whenever a creature is reduced to 0 stamina by your Clever Trick ability. I don't know how that has to do with parkour, but cool. Time Bomb. You have damage immunity against damage resistance, in this game called immunity, against area attack abilities and effects equal to your agility score. You also have the following ability, which you can use once per round on your turn. Time Bomb. The longer it cooks, the bigger the boom. It's a free maneuver to make a 2 cube. That's a 2x2 area within 10 squares. Each target takes acid, fire, or poison damage equal to your agility. For each combat round that has passed since this ability was last used in the current encounter, the area increases by 1 and you gain 1 surge that must be used. After using this ability or at the end of the encounter, its area and surges are reset. For every 2 insight you spend with this ability, you increase the cube's size by 1 and gain 1 surge that can be used with this ability. So we have to use it once and then use it later. Well, it seems weird that we have to use it the first time. That part seems a little weird to me. Also, it's just my agility score. I mean, I guess. Maybe you can just spend a shitload of... I think rules is intended you don't need to use it the first time. It just counts up. Oh, okay, I see. For each combat round that has passed since this ability was last used in the current encounter, and since I haven't used it yet, I guess it just starts counting up. Okay, I can buy that. I'll take your interpretation, Tamwin. In which case, it comes back to me a little better. I like it. It's a free maneuver. It's literally a free maneuver. It doesn't take anything to do this. It just builds up, and then you... Or if you want, you could just do, 4 points of damage to a 2x2 area every turn, basically. Seems pretty good. Or drop a bunch of insight, make it bigger, and gain a bunch of surges, which you can use to increase the damage. It's a weird ability, and I don't quite fully understand what's happening, but, mechanically, I get it, I guess. But you've got a time bomb that's ticking, but you could also throw it every round. So it seems very strange, but whatever. We're cooking. All right, we get 111 insight ability as we close in here on the end of the game. Assassinate. A shitload of damage, and if it knocks the creature below 50% hit points, and they're not a solo creature or a leader creature, they are instantly killed. Awesome. Shadow Grasp. A AoE, a point blank AoE, massive corruption damage, restraining. As shadows rip from us and grab at people. Very cool. That's a big area, a lot of damage, and a lot of AoE restraining. Restraining, remember, they can't move, and I think everybody gets an edge against them because they're kind of like, you know, held down. Pretty neat. Speed of Shadows. You can, for 11 insight, you can use a strike signature ability 4 times, or use a strike signature ability that gains an edge. Oh, sorry. You can use a strike signature ability 4 times, use a strike signature ability that gains an edge 3 times, or use a strike signature ability that has double edge twice. So you can either do a basic signature 4 times, or one with an edge 3 times, or one with 2 edges twice. And you can shift 2 squares between each use. That's pretty sweet. 2 edges is no joke. And again, remember, whenever we're attacking things with edges, we're getting additional benefits and bonuses because we're a shadow, and attacking 4 times with 1 action is pretty sweet. They always line up. You fire a projectile so fast that it passes through a line of foes. It's a line with really high damage, and it slows them. Nothing too super fancy, but again, it's really going to depend on how often they actually do always line up. At 9th level, we get the Gloom Squad. At the start of each of your turns, you can forego gaining insight to gain 1d6 clones of yourself. A clone is just like you, except it only has 1 stamina. They are affected by any conditions and effects on you and last until the start of your next turn. They don't have any insight, and they can't use the careful observation ability. However, they can move, maneuver, and a main action that they can only use to make free strikes. While making a free strike, a clone must choose targets that you or another clone aren't also striking. Outside of combat, you can have 1 clone active for every 2 victories. If a clone gets destroyed, you must wait 1 hour before creating another one. Well, that ability just seems horribly pain in the ass to use. Hey, everybody, there's 7 of me now. And all 7 of me are going to move. They can use maneuvers. And the other 6 can make free strikes against like every monster on the board. So that seems annoying. I don't even know if I want to handle that. All right. If we are the Black Ash College, we can choose the Cacophony of Cinders or the Demon Door. The Cacophony of Cinders is a main action on yourself. You tumble through the battlefield, shifting up to twice your speed, making 1 power roll against every creature that you come adjacent to. And we deal a bunch of damage. Actually, it's okay damage. And an ally can teleport 3 squares every time we hit. Oh, you make 1 power roll. Right, so they could all grab, right, Jackal? Right, they could all grab, they could all knock down or whatever. That's kind of crazy. Demon Door. You create a temporary portal to allow a massive demonic hand to reach through. I didn't realize that, you know, we were that kind of shadow, but here we are. It's melee 3, so we got a little bit of range here. It does a lot of corruption damage and pushes them. On a critical hit, the target is grabbed by the demon and pulled through the portal before it closes. never to be seen again. And as far as I can tell, this would work against a solo. So, and there doesn't seem to be a size limitation. So, hope you crit. I do think that they want their high level abilities to be very wacky. I agree, Halixcar. They are definitely taking it, all the way to the top. Caustic Alchemy. Chain Reaction. Range 10, one creature or object. Each enemy within 3 squares of the target who is currently not targeted by this ability also becomes targeted by this ability. This effect continues until there are no available targets. This deals acid or fire or poison, your choice, and it does 7, 10, or 15. So it's an AoE, basically, that, might hit a bunch of targets, but so would a big blast. So whatever. It's just an AoE. I get what they're trying to do here. It's just an annoying AoE. To the stars. Oh my God. You attach your most potent explosive to the foe. Under less pressing circumstances, you're sure you could launch them into orbit. It does fire damage and vertical pushes them like 15. And then the ground beneath them becomes difficult terrain because you're literally attaching a rocket to them. Ugh. You know what? I don't want to yuck your yum. If you think this is cool, I'm glad for you. I I hate this. All right, Harlequin. I am you. Your mask reflects your foe's face. Surely they won't need it much longer. Range 10, until the end of the encounter, you gain the target's damage, immunities, and speed, if they're better than yours, and you use any type of movement they can use. You can also use the target's signature ability using their bonus for the power roll. The thing is, we're so powerful. Why do I want to use the target's immunities and damage speed? Unless they're like really higher level than us, I guess, maybe. But even then, we can only use their signature ability. I don't know. I don't think this is worth 11 insight. I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, my knowledge of the game isn't complex enough to really know how valuable a solo signature is. If the solo signature, and do you know what the solo signature is before you steal it, or are you just hoping it's good? I'm just saying, like, there's a lot here, Take care, Zembullet. It's good having you. It was me all along. This is the highest damage ability that we've seen yet in the game. It's 28 plus agility, so this is like 33 damage. If you are disguised as a creature, the target knew using your I'm no threat ability, this ability deals extra damage equal to 3 times your ability score. So, if you disguise yourself as somebody's friend and then hit them with this, you could potentially do your agility 3 times, which would be plus 20 damage. Well, this base damage plus another 3 times damage, which is 4 times. So you could potentially do 48 damage. And that one's pretty sweet. Like, this I'm cool with. Launching rockets into space, I'm out. But also, I mean, I'm not gonna turn my nose up at 50 damage, basically 50 damage for 11 insight. But again, it's just one creature. My favorite thing is it also can affect an object. So you can be like, Beryl, you thought I was the crate. It turns out it was me all along. Does the barrel actually know the crate? Well, that's why we have GMs. They can decide. How do you know it's not like the Toy Story? This world is so weird and wacky. Who the fuck knows? Yes, the other abilities are far too gimmicky. Here's the thing. If this happened once in a campaign because somebody said something crazy or dumb or ridiculous and we were playing PBTA, okay? Right? Like, and this happened once, like, I agree. It would be funny. We'd all be laughing. It would be hilarious. You can think of the classic scenario where the villain is like monologuing, and then the alchemist goes, "Yeah, but look behind you." And they look and they see that they're connected to the rocket, and then the rocket explodes and then shoots them off into orbit. And it's a little bit like a kid's TV show. And if that happened once in this style of game, which is kind of over the top and anime-like, I think we could all appreciate that and we'd all laugh. But the fact that this is like one of your 6 abilities implies that you're going to do this often. And I feel like once you do this probably even more than once, it really loses its charm very, very quickly. This is kind of one of those things that's like, I want to do this once in the entire campaign, maybe, maybe twice, but probably once. And I'm okay with it. After that, it's weird to do it more than once. All right. 10th level, Death Pool. We now get 3 insight every time we incorporate a surge into an ability. All our abilities max out at 5. We can now target 3 people with our careful umbrization. We now have improved umbral form, and we gain full control over our shadow creature. And we can now end the transformation in will. We are also now permanently wreathed in darkness, granting us concealment. And creatures no longer gain an edge on strikes against us. Cool. While we are in umbral form, we can spend 1 uninterrupted moment concentrating on a location where I've been before. At the end of that minute, everyone within 10 squares of us, willingly creatures occupies. Anyone who teleports this way is invisible. So here's a problem I have. At the end of the game, we're all going to hit 10th level, and we're all literally going to have a different ability that lets us teleport to the battlefield, right? And it's kind of weird because it's like the guy, the cleric, the conduit's like, oh, we'll take my god portal. And the shadow's like, no, we should take my umbral form. And, the elementalist is like, we should ride the elemental ley lines. It's just kind of weird that every class gets this to the point where it feels just so not special. So I don't like that part. Since we don't need XP anymore, we get Subterfuge. We can treat it as if it was Insight. Additionally, we can spend Subterfuge to take additional maneuvers. So now we can take additional maneuvers. You can use 1 maneuver for every Subterfuge we can spend. So we can't take multiple main actions, but we could take. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, every class basically gets an ability like this, level 2 janitor. Like, for example, if we look at the Fury, okay, that's the barbarian. I thought the barbarian. Oh, maybe I'm thinking the elementalist. I could have swore the elementalist got something like that. Well, maybe not. I remember we read a bunch of these abilities. But maybe I was wrong. I thought I could have swore somebody had something where you rode into Valhalla or something like that, and but again, I'm clearly I was mistaken. I mean, I knew the Null had a teleport because we just covered that one, but oh yeah. The conduit, the cleric, whenever you take a respite, you can open a portal to rest and in the presence of your deity. You can ask 3 questions. When you finish, you and your allies can appear at any location in the timescape where someone worships your deity. So, I mean, not every class. I guess enough of them get it. But I could have swore the Fury got one. And I remember thinking it was so weird that the Fury had a teleport ability. I'm almost positive they have something. Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. Yeah. You can create, they have their primordial teleport here. Yeah. I think they may even get it earlier. Because you can create a temporary source of elemental power in a respite. This lasts for 24 hours, allowing you to create a portal to quintessence with your primordial power portal feature. If you do, the elemental power lasts as long as the portal is maintained in your network. Like the Fury can establish a series of elemental portal networks, and then they can move through them. Apparently, we just got that much earlier than I even thought. Yeah, we got it at level 6. Yeah, as a main action, you can touch a source of magical elemental energy and create a portal to quintessence, and then you can travel to it. Anyways, let's finish off the shadow. we get subterfuge that lets us spend a maneuver on it, and we can also teleport through the shadows to any place, and we all appear as invisible. All right, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like the Shadow and Null. They're fine. They're fine classes. They just felt very I don't know. I just didn't like them as much as I like the other classes. So as a reminder, I really liked the Elementalist, and I thought that the spellcasting abilities were really cool, and I thought the different subclasses were really different and neat. I thought the Fury was a great example of like a berserker character that felt more than just a one-dimensional melee rager. I thought the Censor was really cool. I thought the Conduit was really cool. Again, I gave all these classes basically A's, A pluses, or A minuses. But I kind of feel like the Null and the Shadow, for me, are a little bit weaker. Now, I really liked the Harlequin, the illusion one. I thought that one was cool. And I do like the teleporting ability. But some of the abilities felt so, I don't know, cringy to me. And that's just a personal preference. So I'm going to have to give the Shadow just a B. I mean, B is not bad. B is fine. As for the Null, maybe I'm just wrong, but like, it felt like the class was like promising that you were going to like dampen and like nullify your enemies, but it didn't really feel like you. I mean, I know you had that null field, but the null field didn't really feel like it did. I mean, I guess Synaptic Break is pretty good, but the Null, I just kind of, I don't know. I just kind of don't like, I just think that there's a little bit of a the Null is weird. Just calling it the Null is weird. I think the class is fine. And I actually really liked, like I said, well, I love the name Metakinetic, but I thought Chronokinetic and Cryokinetic were both really cool. There was a lot of cool features here. It felt very monk-like. I didn't even feel like it felt like that. It was like that psychic-like, but the whole Null, like the Null thing is weird, but like it had like one anti-caster ability, right? That one anti-sorcerer ability. Still, it just didn't grab me the way. And again, I don't like monks. So, Tamwin says they can even use magic items. Yeah, it's just a really weird because it's like there's this idea that like you completely resist supernatural forces. And it's like, yeah, if they can use magic items, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give the Shadow or the Null a B+. I still think it's a really good class. And there's a lot of design elements there that I enjoy. And I'm going to give the Shadow a B. It felt fairly one-dimensional in that respect. So while, so Censor and Conduit and Elementalist and Fury all got A's, A pluses, or A minuses. I don't remember which one I gave an A- to. I am going to give the Null and the Shadow. The Null is going to get a B+, and the Shadow just gets a B. I think the Shadow's pretty, edgy lord, basic. Blah. This is the type of character that Tim wants to play, basically, in like every game he's ever played. And, Tim likes his edgelord shit, so I respect it. I gave the Censor an A-. Okay, that's what I thought, because I really like the Conduit. Yeah, I did like the Conduit a lot. But the Censor wasn't bad. I just thought it was kind of one dimensional in that way, but very cool class. Still very A-worthy. So again, nothing I've given yet a C to. So far so good. These are really good designs. There's a lot of moving parts, and I'm going to give, while I gave the Null a B+, I have to admit that which ability was it? There's so many abilities in this game. Oh my god. Here we go. This is a for me, this is an F. This is an F tier ability. While using your Null field during combat, temporary supernatural terrain effects of your level or lower that your aura partially or fully extends over are negated. Like this is the dumbest ability in the whole game. I mean, unless again, I'm you're going to be like, Derek, you are going to be shocked how many temporary supernatural terrain effects there are. You know. So I do appreciate the Null's ability to kind of function almost like a speedster. And they're kind of doing AoEs by just being really fast and, you know, being everywhere, all places at once. So I really do think that that is a cool ability. And I remember Matt Colville actually commented when we first talked about this class, and I mentioned it had kind of a speedster vibe, and he was kind of like, yes, that is exactly what we were kind of hoping to go for. So, again, still continue to be impressed by this game. And we crushed our final Draw Steel class deep dive. So that means we will cover 3, that's right, 3 classes the next time we get together to wrap this bad boy up. We will cover the Tactician, the Talent, and the Troubadour. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is a terrible name. So we're starting from a very, very bad place. While I don't, you know, it's not like the biggest deal in the world. I will say, generally speaking, I don't like the class names. There's an implied theme going on with Draw Steel, with the timescape and the manifolds and the naming convention. There's a vibe. There's a linguistic vibe that isn't 100%, you know, my jam. It doesn't affect the game design at all. It's just a vibe, and it's not as much my vibe. And that shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, you know, I don't like anime, and I like, you know, the One Ring, and you know, and I'm not like an OSR grognard, because I do like playing comic books, but I like for those things to kind of live in different worlds, and this game kind of is like smashing them together a bit. So it's interesting. So that is those are those classes. So not my favorite classes, but I didn't expect them to, because I said I don't like monks, and as anyone will know, my least favorite class generally, I mean, like monk is like very specific, but like monk's a very specific class anyways. I will happily play a cleric, a fighter, a warrior of some sort. Love wizards and sorcerers. I don't think I've ever played a rogue or a thief. Ever? Like it's one of my least. I mean, certainly in the 3rd edition-esque era, I despise those classes. I've never liked them ever. For sure. So very, very cool. But again, it's just not my, you know, not my thing as much. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Planescape is Planescape was weird, but it was still pretty, you know, science, you know, it was still pretty, it was weird, but it wasn't like science fiction. That's what I'll say. So I enjoy Planescape as well, but it was still pretty, you know, science. It wasn't really science fantasy. It was still fairly rooted in fantasy. It might have had this kind of weirder vibe, but it was still pretty fantastic in that respect. Not saying that this isn't fantastic, but there's definitely more of that. I don't know. It's not quite techno fantasy. I don't know. It's hard for me to nail down exactly. So that, as they say, is that. How many people did we get tonight? I didn't even look at any of the data. We had, well, it looks like close to 100 people, down to 80. So I'm going to put a poll up, because we still got a fair number of people here. So sorry, are you currently playing Draw Steel? Are you about to start playing? Planning to play? Want to play? All right, so pick the one that most applies to you. I'm just kind of curious here. So, what is your Draw Steel status? Are you currently playing? Like, you know, you could be a GM, you could be a player, but are you currently playing the game? Or are you about to start playing? Like, you know, you actively have a campaign that's, you know, you're working on, or that someone else is, you know, that it's all set up. You know, you just haven't started playing yet. Are you planning to play? Do you want to play? You own the books, but you're not really sure you're going to engage. And what's Draw Steal? Yeah, like if you played a one shot, but you don't have anything lined up for Psych, I think you would say, you know, it depends. Do you want to play? If you want to play, then I would say 4. Otherwise, I would just say you own the book. I mean, just because you played once doesn't mean you're currently playing. Again, as I said before, number one, I have no interest in playing this game unless I was playing on Codex, so there's that. And I'll just wait for the whole thing to be completely finished. And I would also go on to say I'm not looking for a super hyper tactical game like this right now. Jackal says, join the KLC Patreon Discord and I'll run Draw Steal for you. There we go. Draw Steal reaches? No. I have heard very good thing about the Delian Tomb for sure. I guess my question is how many people are like stuck running the Delian Tomb for all time, you know? Because they're like, I wouldn't want to / I wouldn't know how to run this game if I didn't have this, you know, adventure. Steel Reaches. Jake, I like that better. Yeah, Steel Reaches sounds pretty cool. That is a good name, Jake. I'm not gonna lie, that's a good name. That is a pretty good name. Okay, well, I mean, at least the people who wanted to play look like they are playing. There you go. Fair enough, Kidrissa. Oh, cool. Using a Warcraft setting? Sick. Again, you know, the you know, if I'm being completely honest with you, the 2 games that we could run right now from a Derek needs money perspective that would do the best for us is sorry, I meant to minimize this, not delete it, but would be Daggerheart mega game or Draw Steal mega game. The reason is because a lot of people are like, I really want to play this game. It came out this year and it's kind of hype, and you know, people will join my Discord and join my Patreon rather, just so that they can play those games. The problem is that, number one, those people can be they don't necessarily vibe with our vibe because they're just here to play that game, so they don't really want to be part of the wider community, and it's always been a really weird spot for me. And also, a lot of the time, those people join just because they want to play, you know, Draw Steal, or they would just want to play Daggerheart. And the problem is, when I create a mega game, I'm trying to create a different experience that is more than just that game. And so, you know, that's where it's like, there's like a mega game, and then there's also just like Pathfinder Society, like Draw Steal Society, where it's just like, hey, we just have a bunch of, you know, people who are just running, you know, random games of Draw Steal. And, you know, I think a lot of people would be better served playing that potentially. I don't know. There was a Warcraft TTRPG a long time ago, but I'd probably because Blizzard doesn't give their IP out or something. I don't know. Good point. I will say that I have to do a bunch of Foundry work because I got to get, not a bunch, but I need to get some stuff ready for my game tomorrow. I need to put some monsters into the system, maybe throw some pixel art down, but I imagine we're, you know, gonna have a pretty slow go of it because, again, I think most people don't even remember how to play Fable Ultima, including me. But I'm looking forward to it. As for Sunday, hopefully, we'll be good. And now that the stream is over, you finally caught up. Oh, nice! You're running a Land of Eam game for your nephews and nieces Monday. Very excited. Very cool, Meba Man. A very cool game. That is next on our first look list. Memento Mori, also an interesting game. I want to play Draw Steal and purchase the books, but my group playing anything but one main system we stick with for years is like pulling teeth. Time is also constrained. Yeah, that is a real situation. Horizon, yes, we have. Well, we were going to start a Fabula Ultimate game last year, and we did a world creation, and we didn't use it because we never ended up playing that game. And when we were sitting down, we were like, everyone's like, actually, I kind of like my character in the world that we created a year ago. And so we were like, okay, we'll just use that. We'll make a couple tweaks, but yeah, it's all good. So, Bob is a roguish sky pirate who is like a wayfarer rogue weapon master. George is Polo, not pronounced Poyo, who is a what is it called? Well, he's an entropist sharpshooter chimera. I can't remember the name of the stupid class. Is it mutant? No. I don't know. It's the one that has like the really weird Latin phrases. Like theriomorph or whatever. Yeah, mutant. And Kaz is a Esper necromancer. And Tim is a weapon master fury elementalist. So we have a pretty cool group. I think that's pretty sweet. Look forward to that. Bob isn't going to be there, so it's going to be the three. It's going to be George and Tim and Kaz, and it's going to be them. They're going to be trying to. Bob has been in prison. It's scheduled for execution, and they need to break him out so that they can get out of imperial custody or whatever. So, well, it's a low prep game. We're going to kind of play it by ear, and we'll go from that. So, well, the worst part is Bob is missing the session, so because of that, he can go play a different game, a baseball card game with his friends, his other group of friends. Damn it, Bob! What'd you do that for, Bob? Anyways, cool. Well, I'm glad to see that people are engaging with the game. Again, it's a weird game. It kind of came out a little bit strange. There's not really been much marketing to the game, but it does seem to have a slowly but surely growing audience. I will say, as a complete anecdote, the people that are drawing steel at least seem to have a better grasp of the game's intention and the game's direction than what I think a lot of people really struggle with Daggerheart. And part of that, I think, is because draw steel is mechanics first. And it kind of works maybe more similar to the way that they expect it to, but it still technically has malice, but it doesn't have those narrative elements as much as Daggerheart, and it doesn't have this idea of the fiction first, which I think is throwing a lot of people for a loop. But it is very gamist, and you might run into people who are used to playing games where there's like their real rule of cool, and you can just do anything, woo 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 woo, and that in my mind, I think you're kind of leaving something on the table if you do that with this game, because this game is asking you to, make choices and have those choices matter. And if it's just if your GM starts rule of cooling everything, you're kind of like, so then why am I so carefully managing this resource? Which is why I do still stand by the fact that I think the advice in the Game Master section of this game is absolutely horrendous, and you should completely ignore it. I don't understand why you would make a game like this and then tell the GM it's okay to fudge the hit points, it's okay to fudge, kill the monster, or give it more hit points, or whatever. Say it hit when it didn't, or say it rolled high when it didn't. I think that is so misplaced on such a level. And I really, really, really beg you, if you're engaging with this game, if you're going to make your players read through a 45-page class and choose all those abilities and remember all those abilities and manage all those resources, don't screw them over by just deciding that the monster that they won and that they beat fair and square, gets to live in next game. It's so crazy. It kind of is the biggest, what are we even doing here Tundalus. It makes no sense to me. I mean, I don't really appreciate that style of play in any game system, but I respect that there are some game systems that are so loosey-goosey and so, well, whatever, nothing matters anyways. It kind of doesn't matter. But my God, I mean, it took us 4 hours to go through 2 classes. You know what I mean? Like, what are we, and we're getting good at this. It's just like, why would you put your players through that and track all this stuff if you're just going to make it all, hand wavy them behind the screen? It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So, again, it's your game. Do whatever you want. For me to you, I would encourage you not to do that. So, that's going to do it for us. Thank you, everybody, who came out tonight to support. I really appreciate that. Again, I'm going to be streaming throughout the Christmas and New Year's holidays, so I encourage you to stop by. I'm going to try to be streaming as much as I can. I do have some gaming coming up. We're going to be gaming tomorrow with my Friday night crew. That's just our personal private game. Sunday, we are going to try to do the demo of streaming from the studio, and that means other people with my other camera setups and other light setups, which is just on the other side of this camera over here. We're going to have Bob, Tim, and Bob's brother Danny over. Danny was originally a part of the Knights when he was in the Army, and he used to call in and do it remote. A little awkward, but hey, it worked a little bit until it didn't. But that is going to be for our patrons only. So if you would like to see that live, and warts and all, make sure you sign up. Link below, patreon.com/nightstolastcall. That'll get you into the Discord. That's how you can get that link so that you can watch and have fun with us as we play The One Ring, 2nd edition. So we are still figuring out the exact timeline of the Tor game. I will say that, it's the week before Christmas, so people, I think, are have a little bit more flexibility with their schedule. And I did ask everybody, and Bob says he's free after lunch. Bob's brother Danny says he's free anytime, and Tim says he's free anytime as well. So it might be that we actually play a little early. So we might be playing more like, instead of like playing at 7 p.m., maybe we'll play at 4 p.m. I will have a time for you probably tomorrow. I'll just confirm with those guys, get it locked in, and we can work on that. So, but we'll probably play a little bit early. It's not going to be a long session. Again, it's 2 parts technical demo, 2 parts, teach, and 1 part, actually engaging with the game. Again, the starter box set is pretty small. I think it's really designed to be played in like a 3-hour session. So assuming we sit down for 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, I expect 2 hours of that 2 to 3 hours to basically be me teaching the game, talking shit and spewing Tolkien lore, shooting the shit and clowning around, and then also kind of working out some of the technical bugs. So it'll be definitely a fun Patreon stream, because it's going to be, us talking about the things I love: the Lord of the Rings, role-playing games, lights, all the stuff that we love. Anyways, then we'll be into Christmas week, and again, I'll be here streaming. We've got first looks aplenty to do. We've got more deep dives. The winning Patreon poll for our next the next future stream, which I will respect. I realized we had to do this stream, was bonds and relationship mechanics added to games. So there we go. Jacob, I thought they were okay, but they weren't my favorite. I gave them each a B and a B+. I gave the Shadow a B, and I gave the Null a B+. I thought the Shadow was a little cringy and edgelordy, and I thought its abilities were a little too on the nose and focused. Although, who doesn't love a good Nightcrawler teleporter? I thought some of the high level abilities for the Shadow were really weirdly specific in a very strange way. I had a little bit of not a rant, but I had an explanation of it earlier that kind of laid it out, which is this kind of ability would be cool to do once. And then once you start doing it multiple times throughout the course of a campaign, I think it'll feel really weird and strange. But yeah. And then the Null I thought was really cool. I thought the name was a little off. It didn't feel very Null-y to me. It kind of felt like a monk. But, whatever. I thought they were good. Bees are not bad, as I said. Regardless, thank you for joining me. Thank you so much to everyone who supported us. Herb, Self-Confessed Cynic, Anthony Fontana, Torin. Thank you for Klopster Roll for the large super chat. Thank you, Thaddeus, Tundalus, James Torres, Jake of Online, and Jackal Torn Moons for your support as well. Really appreciate the tips and the super chats to keep the Draw Steel content going and to support Derek at Christmas time. He is indeed a filthy animal. Thank you, Pathfinder PhD, for resubscribing with Prime. As a reminder, money is tight. I know. I'm broke. But if you have, I mean, spend it all on lights. If you do have Amazon Prime and you wish to support us that way, you can always do that through something that's here somewhere. But if you go to twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, you can support us for free on Twitch, which is pretty cool. You get that for free with your Amazon Prime. So it's use it or lose it. You got to do it every month, but I appreciate it if you can. That's right. Lights will be adjusted, mics will be mixed, and the sun will also rise. Yeah, so Twilight Sword, I am taking a knee on this one. I'm not going to back it. I spent enough money on Kickstarters this year. Bob is backing it, and maybe, hey, fingers crossed. I have a pretty good relationship with Free League. Who knows? Maybe I can even manage to secure a copy. No guarantees, no promises. Besides, I'm going to be dropping $3,000+ I mean, hopefully, some of my patrons who are coming will help me offset that cost. But I am prepared mentally to drop $3,000 to be able to. Which is basically like an entire month of income from the channel, on a room at Origins, so that we can have a really cool, awesome experience. So, and look at that. Roll for Combat just got back from Avatar. Look at you going early. Thank you for the follow, Horizon. Horanzo. Appreciate you. All right. So if you're a patron, we'll probably see you Sunday. Hopefully. And thank you for the Prime sub, Haranzo. Well, it's the third movie in a. I think is he going to do 4 or 5 of them or something like that? It's crazy. Good for James Cameron. Good for Jim Cameron. But appreciate all of you so much. And again, if you're a patron, I look forward to talking with you on the Discord, of course, and possibly Sunday when we play some One Ring. If you want to join us then. If not, we'll catch you next week. If not, because we're gonna be really busy. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season. If that's your deal, but we'll be around, and we'll catch you next time on Knights of Last Call.